Welcome, everyone, to the Open Space Board of Trustees meeting of December 8th, 2011. Staff members, board members, members of the public. I'm delighted to have you all. As we customarily start our meetings out, we usually begin with the City of Boulder's rules and procedures for online meetings. And Allison, I'd love to ask you to help us out with that.
Just a tiny clarification. It's not 2011. I think it's 2021.
Oh, did I say 2011?
Yeah.
I was wondering why we all look so much younger.
Flying back in time here.
Okay, thank you for joining us this evening in order to strike a balance between meaningful and transparent engagement and online security. We have applied the following rules to tonight's meeting. This meeting has been called to conduct the business of the City of Boulder. Activities that disrupt, delay, or otherwise interfere with the meeting are prohibited. The time for speaking or asking questions may be limited, and no person shall speak except when recognized by the person presiding, and no person shall speak for longer than the time allotted. Each person shall register to speak at the meeting using that person's real name. So if you've joined tonight by an iPad or something, you'll have to rename it to your name, or you can message me in the chat and let me know which one you are and I can rename for you. No video will be permitted except for city officials, employees, and invited speakers. All others will participate by voice only. The person presiding at the meeting shall enforce these rules by muting anyone who violates any rule. The chat function will be enabled to myself, the host, only for Zoom-related questions. No content questions, please. And only the host and individuals designated by the host will be permitted to share their screen during the meeting. When we get to public comment, we do have a lot signed up in advance, but if you want to raise your hand to join that list of public comment tonight, you can find that raise hand feature either in the reactions icon at the bottom, or if you open the participants icon, and in the participants box you'll have the raise hand option at the very bottom of that box. And if you're joining by phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Allison. And before we go on to our first order of business, which is the approval of the minutes, I do want to mention this evening there are no action items with public hearing. So just a reminder to members of the public that if you would like to speak this evening, the appropriate time is during the public comment, which will come shortly after we review our prior meeting minutes. And there are not other points during this meeting for public commentary. So think that over as we, the board, review and pull up the minutes from the prior meeting. So we're reviewing the meetings minutes from November 10th, 2021. And as we usually do, we'll start on page 1, and I'll ask if anybody sees changes that they'd like. Okay,
sorry.
Caroline?
For page 1, on the last paragraph on the page, we were going to be sent something that was in, and I don't remember the name of the document of what it was called, that was going to be emailed to us. Do you remember?
The template for conservation easement as the staff currently possesses it, correct?
Yes. So should that be in there? Because I didn't see it in my emails. I don't know if someone else did.
I'll have to, I don't think it was included in the packet. I'll have to circle back. We did provide the board with some of the original changes to the conservation easement amendment policy, but I don't think that's what we're talking about here. I think you might be talking about updated language for what conservation easement template language.
Yes, and I think what happened, Caroline, is we originally had slated an action item on this topic for this evening, which got pushed back to the next meeting. But you're exactly right. We heard that the board would receive the template for conservation easement in its sort of fundamental form that is on staff's hands. So I think that is notable. And if you'd like that added to the minutes, I see no problem. It certainly happened in the meeting.
Okay.
Hal, to interrupt, this is Bethany. I was remiss in sending that to you, so I will get it out.
Okay, thank you, Bethany.
Thanks, Bethany. No problem.
Caroline, would you like the minutes updated to reflect that?
Yes, please.
Okay. If we can just add to the final paragraph starting Bethany Collins, maybe as a final sentence, the board additionally requested a copy of the current template for conservation easement.
We'll probably add a little bit of a paragraph to that opening just to make sure the board's aware that every land situation is different and that the template, always needs to be refined for the very specific situation in which we're in. So we might just add a little bit of an opening explanation for it as well.
Yeah, tell me if I'm wrong, Dan. It sort of exists as a collection of preferred clauses which then goes and wraps around each unique circumstance.
That's right. Yeah, it's a good way to describe it.
Okay, but nonetheless, certainly the board excited to see that, so thank you. Anything else on page 1? Okay, page 2. Karen.
I'd like to clarify the third sentence and the fifth sentence. And in the third sentence, it says Karen Holweg moved the OSBT approve. And then I think it would be more accurate to say the OSBT rules and procedures document in the November 10th packet.
How about we change the word amended simply to as presented on November 10th?
Well, but also as amended. So it needs to refer to both the document that's in the packet as attachment A and with the amended changes.
Oh, you're pointing out that there were amended changes in that document and then we made additional amendments. That's a very good, important note.
And I just made a mental note. Well, actually, it's now physical because I put it on my piece of paper. But we'll also send the board a clean version out, so
Right.
everybody can be starting from the same area. So Leah, I'll probably end up tapping you on the shoulder for that one, but we'll get out a clean version. That's the approved version, I guess.
Of the rules and procedures, right?
Yes.
Right.
So Karen, you're okay with it reading OSBT rules and procedure document as presented and amended on November 10th.
That's fine.
Okay.
And then in the fifth sentence or paragraph, the board had a follow-up conversation regarding adaptive management. Karen asked each board member to submit in writing to Dan desired revisions so she can compile board comments and provide the combined document for review at the December board meeting.
I see no problem with that. I don't see it as too material different, but I see no problem. And if nobody else has any problem, I'm fine with that. Do we get all that? Or should Karen say that again?
Nope, we're good. Thank you.
Okay. Wonderful. I just want to point out one thing related to agenda item 4 on this page that's just more for transparency and procedure. I really appreciate the board members who had commentary on the license and disposal document providing their written notes. At this time, what we're thinking is that the committee, which includes Caroline, myself, Dan, and Bethany, will reconvene sometime between now and our next meeting. We will take all those notes, begin to work them into a new document in track change form to bring back to the board again. Does that feel like the appropriate next steps and pacing to everyone? Great. Okay, and that is it. We have 2 pages on the minutes from the prior meeting. So unless there are any other, Karen?
I move that we approve the amended minutes for the OSBT meeting of November 10th, 2021.
I will second, and we will call the roll. Michelle, how do you vote? Do you approve? Yep. And Caroline?
Yes.
Great. And Dave?
Yes.
And of course, Karen and I also approve, so that passes unanimously. Thanks, everybody. With that, I would like to turn the meeting back over to Allison to help us through public comment. And again, remind everyone, this is the big moment for public commentary on any and all topics this evening. So don't forget to raise your hand if you'd like to speak this evening.
So Hal, we have 14 people signed up in advance of the meeting, so I'm going to go down that list, and then after that, we can check to see if anyone has hands raised following everyone who's signed up. So first I have Sherry Price, but I'm not seeing that name, and it's a long, we're gonna need patience tonight because it's a longer list to find these names, but I don't see Sherry Price. So let's go to number 2, Rosemary Haggerty. And if you're up, or if you're on, you can unmute
Can you hear
yourself
me?
and- Yep, okay, let me start the timer, and then if you'll just state your first and last name. Thanks.
So my name is Rosemary Hegarty, and I am calling to really ask you to continue to uphold your request for the city of Boulder to give you information on what will happen if you give the 5 acres of land they're requesting for the flood mitigation at the South Boulder Creek underpass. I'm still really concerned about what will happen if with the groundwater, if this flood wall goes in, and I don't think that the city has provided you with any information on how the groundwater and the wetlands are going to be protected on both sides of Highway 36 if this flood wall goes through. I also do not feel like giving this land to the city for this purpose is at all part of the charter, for the open space charter. So I really hope that you look at that carefully before determining to give over this land. I also have real concerns just in general about open space land that's been purchased by the citizens of Boulder being allowed to be given over to the city for purposes that they want, that they choose to do, without the city residents being able to have active participation in that, and even being able to vote on that if that would need to come to that. So I just am really concerned about the goals for the open space charter and how this is not congruent with that, and have real concerns with if we take away and negatively affect the wetlands out there, we will never get that restored. We can't, there's no success in replacing or relocating rare habitat and species once it's destroyed, and we just keep seeming to want to destroy our land more and more. And I really feel like our open space goals should be to save land and protect the land. So thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
I appreciate that, Rosemary. Thank you for spending time with us this evening.
Okay, up next is Margaret Lacombe, and on deck will be Harlan Savage. Margaret, can you unmute yourself?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. I'm Margaret Lecomte. I live in the Fraser Meadows neighborhood. I want to commend the Open Space Board of Trustees for its steadfast adherence to the Open Space Charter's 8 purposes outlining how open space lands may be used. Voters adopted these 35 years ago. I worry that too many in our community now view open space as a kind of a piggy bank full of vacant property to be disposed of for whatever reason. In fact, the charter states that open space land shall be acquired, preserved, and used only for preservation or restoration of natural areas that are unusual, historically important, scientifically valuable, or that represent rare examples of native species, and for preservation of water resources in their natural or traditional state, and of land for passive recreational uses and its contribution to the quality of community life, and for utilization of land for limiting urban sprawl and, importantly, preventing encroachment on floodplains. The charter explicitly says that open space land may not be used for flood control unless it happens to be a natural occurrence where it traditionally slows floodwaters and detains them. However, CU's plans for development and many features of the current flood mitigation proposal seem to violate every single purpose outlined in the charter. Therefore, I urge the city staff to respond expeditiously to the Open Space Board's questions about the impact of the current flood mitigation projects on the open space, especially its effects on groundwater flows into wetlands and the reliability of the proposed groundwater conveyance system. I'm also concerned about destruction around the project's construction, a destruction around the project construction footprint and maintenance of this project in perpetuity. Open space needs these data to make informed decisions about a land disposal. Is doing so in line with the charter? And is disposal really the best way to assure the lives and safety for property in the city and the quality of life within the community? I also urge the Open Space Board to consider the roughly 6,000 signatures collected on the referendum petition this fall. Its purpose is to repeal the CU South annexation. A significant number of those who signed the petition said they opposed annexation because it threatened open space. I hope the referendum will be seen as a bellwether for how negatively the public would view a vote to dispose of any open space for this dam and flood well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marky.
Okay, Harlan, you're up next.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. Hello, everyone. I just first want to say that I'm in agreement with what the previous speakers have said. And even though this is I want to talk about the potential disposal of open space lands in order to accommodate flood mitigation in South Boulder Creek floodplain. While this is not a matter that is likely to come up for the next couple of years, when it does, OSBT will be under enormous pressure to agree to the disposal. Were it not for CU's determination to build a campus in the floodplain, a terrible idea in and of itself, and council's decision to allow it, OSBT would probably not even be entertaining the idea of disposing of land in the South Boulder Creek floodplain. Let's not forget that both the city and the county sought for decades to designate all 308 acres as open space to preserve an important habitat corridor used by many native plants and animals, as well as being very popular for passive recreation. The OSBT charter is clear about the purposes for which open space lands are to be used, and flood protection is not one of them. Nonetheless, the 100-year flood option that CU has pretty much forced on the city requires a disposal to make way for a dam and flood wall to bedrock, which may also impair existing open space to the north and east. Open space is Boulder's #1 asset and essential to the health and well-being of our community. Sacrificing these lands for an ill-considered flood mitigation project that is not likely to withstand the storms that climate change will bring in the coming decades is, quite frankly, insane. While OSBT has provided council with several memos over several years, listing questions that must be answered before it can make a disposal decision, the city has not provided answers. I think that is inexcusable and shows, at least to me, that this is really about greed and power and not about conserving nature, or for that matter, protecting people in the floodplain. I strongly urge you to continue to insist on getting answers from council and stand strong in your commitment to open space. I believe that a majority of Boulderites share your commitment and love of open space and will have your back if and when you need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Harlan.
Up next is Raymond Bridge, and on deck will be Jean Aschenbrenner.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, trustees. I'm Raymond Bridge, 435 South 38th Street in Boulder, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Boulder County Audubon Society. I'd like to address the groundwater modeling report that was presented to you at the study session a week ago. At some point in the next year or so, you will be asked to initiate a disposal action for approximately 5 acres of OSMP lands to allow for the construction of a flood mitigation project for South Boulder Creek. The justification is the safety of downstream Boulder residents, particularly in the Fraser Meadows and surrounding neighborhoods. The report states that this model will be developed to reasonably represent the existing pre-project conditions. The results from this model will then be used to support identification of probable project impacts to the groundwater conditions and to support design of project components. That is, this document represents an important aspect of the engineering of the berm, dam, or levee that requires open space land in the interest of public safety. We agree that maintaining groundwater flow to this area serves a critical open space purpose because it is fundamental to the ecosystem of the open space wetlands and grasslands adjoining the creek channel to the southwest of CU South. This report therefore represents important evidence of the adequacy of the engineering for this project. That engineering is the basis of the justification for the board to dispose of open space land. We do not have engineering expertise in retention structures like those proposed. However, I do personally have some expertise in the geology of the area, having written a well-received book on the subject, The Geology of Boulder County. Unfortunately, the report seems to mainly serve the purpose of justifying preconceived design decisions. Regarding the geology of the area, the report notes that in the bedrock, which may or may not be an important part of the system of aquifers that preserve OSMP resources, the Fox Hills Formation, which is an important aquifer elsewhere, is not present, and that the bedrock is pure shale. However, the model used by the report is very simple for the pure shale, allowing it to generally be ignored in designing the mitigation plan. One unit of the pure shale formation is the hygiene sandstone, which does crop out a couple of miles away in the ditch adjoining Eldorado Springs Drive. The boreholes cited in the report do not go deep enough to tell us whether the hygiene sandstone unit is present at CU South. If it is, it could be an important component of the groundwater system that needs to be considered in the design. This report simply ignores the question by assuming that the pier is a monolithic, impermeable unit. Like other parts of this report, the geology used for this model is inadequate, and the trustees should be skeptical of the engineering of this project generally. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. We appreciate those. Some very interesting ideas we have not yet heard.
Hey, Jean, you're up. You should be able to unmute yourself, and on deck is Francis Hartog.
I'm opposed to giving away the 5 acres of open space. This was designed to protect land that might one day be threatened by development. And if CU is able to build in the area and we have to give away that land, it's starting to violate the basic goal of open space. If the dam and wall are built near there, it'll mean poor experience for all of us who are hiking there and for all the plants and animals. For decades, I've been paying taxes for open space in Boulder, and I vote to continue to support open space. But if the goals of open space start being corrupted like this, then I'm gonna have less faith in open space. So I hope you guys continue to fight to get all the information you need and make sure that open space stays protected. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Francis,
Yes.
you're up, and Gordon McCurry is on deck.
Good evening. As a former trustee myself, I want to thank you for your service. And I deeply feel the wrench of being asked to donate open space for dam construction. Further, I would note that the trustees have made clear to council and staff the conditions for any disposal in this case. And I would ask that you please persevere and work to ensure those conditions survive future boards. In particular, I strongly encourage you to insist that the utilities department have evidence and share that evidence with you to show that the flood wall and groundwater conveyance system proposed in the name of flood mitigation for South Boulder Creek really do work and will sustain the unique wet meadow ecosystem, including the state natural area, both upstream and downstream from the flood wall and Highway 36. Open space simply cannot afford to run an experiment with this structure and find out that it, instead of sustaining the unique ecosystem, damages many acres and one of the most precious habitats in our open space lands. Thanks so much for your work and dedication.
Thank you, Francis.
Gordon, you're up, and Mike Browning is on deck.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, I'm Dr. Gordon McCurry. I live at 1200 Albion Road in the Table Mesa area. I'm also here tonight to speak about the CU South flood wall and its groundwater conveyance system. For background, I'm a professional hydrogeologist. My emphasis is groundwater hydrology and modeling. And in fact, I have a PhD in this area in which I built a groundwater model that includes the same area that the model is about that you heard about at the study session last week. I've also been very involved in the flood mitigation work since about 2017, so I'm quite familiar with the workings to date. I have quite a few concerns with the groundwater model, and some were echoed already. I've spent about 20 or so hours reviewing the reports so far and have a number of questions and concerns about the model and its report. In fact, I've got over 7 pages of typed comments and concerns that I'll be sharing with utility staff starting tomorrow. The groundwater model itself is a really important tool to help the engineers design the flood wall and the groundwater conveyance system. As you might remember from last week, the groundwater conveyance system is intended to try to maintain groundwater levels both upstream and downstream of the flood wall itself. So the flood wall is an impermeable wall that's going to go all the way down to bedrock and impede the flow of groundwater. So that groundwater conveyance system is essential to allow the groundwater levels to stay pretty much as they are today. In looking at the model, I see that there are a number of inputs used in the model that I feel are conceptually wrong. They don't agree with the site data that's been collected over the last few years. And just as Ray Bridge talked about concerns with the bedrock in the model, I have equal concerns with the soils or the alluvium that overlies the bedrock that's modeled, simulated in the model. A number of concerns about that I'll be sharing with utility staff. The result of those errors, you might have remember seeing last week when staff showed you a couple of hydrographs. I think 2 hydrographs, and they were both the simulated and observed water levels. Those were amongst the best of the several dozen wells that were simulated. Most of the wells had a very poor response in the model, which says the model is not good. I encourage the OSBT also to be skeptical about the model and perhaps consider calling on experts to review both city staffs and their consultants' work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gordon.
Okay, Mike Browning, you're up, and on deck is Lynn Siegel.
Good evening. This is Mike Browning. I've lived and worked in Boulder for 35 or 40 years and live in South Boulder, but west of Broadway. I just wanted to remind you, if a reminder is necessary, that last spring you wisely adopted a very detailed resolution on the terms and conditions that would have to be before you would consider disposal of 5 acres on CU South. You spent a lot of time crafting those. They're very detailed, and I think represent a significant contribution to the process and a lot of great ideas on how to protect open space if that project goes ahead. A key component of those resolutions were that a memorandum of understanding or intergovernmental agreement be entered into between OSBT, utilities, and any other necessary city departments that would spell out and make binding the terms set forth in that resolution. Some of those terms include the underground water issues and the effect of the groundwater, the dam down to bedrock that you've heard about. But there are many others as well, including setting up an escrow to make sure that future mitigation is funded by the city, issues dealing with the dedication of lands to open space, the payment by the city of funds to rehabilitate a lot of those lands, and many other provisions that are specifically set forth in that resolution. And the resolution said that you would not consider disposal until that sort of intergovernmental agreement had been agreed to. I think you're well aware that such negotiations and agreements take a long time to happen. And you may not be faced by a disposal decision now, but it will certainly take, I would think, at least a year to negotiate the terms of that with the city. So I would urge you to impress upon your staff the need to begin that process if it hasn't already, so that you're not faced and put behind a barrel when the city comes to you and you say, oh, well, we haven't done that yet. And you're under political pressure to donate those 5 acres, and you don't have the opportunity to insist on the terms of the resolution that you so wisely adopted. So I just would urge you to make a priority with your staff that they begin immediately to work with the other city departments necessary to put in place that sort of binding intergovernmental agreement so that the terms of your resolution can be honored and agreed to by all parties. Thank you very much for your service and for your time.
Thank you, Mike.
Lynn Siegel, you're up, and Ben Binder is on deck.
That's Binder, and yeah. On the last meeting where the groundwater study was evaluated, I had like 3 other board meetings that night. I'm someone that covers a lot of city issues, 8 city boards that I follow, and it's a lot. So granted, I'm going to watch that December 1st meeting, the rest of it. But I also, because of the diverse aspects of city government and civic affairs in the city of Boulder, I think I have a pretty good aerial perspective of what's going on here. And from years and years of looking at this alluvium and this floodplain, I don't see how there can be a good groundwater study or a good evaluation of what's even going on here until the remediation is done. The requirement by Flatirons Gravel originally for them to restore the land to its original state and to get rid of that berm and the levee. And, you know, anytime you constrain flow, you're affecting downstreamers one way or another in complex ways. And the natural alluvium is what needs to be there. This is a basin formation up there. It should not be built on at all. A basin is there to be a sponge for floodwaters. And it's serving that way as it is. We can't improve it. It's doing well the way it is, but we have harmed it with that Flatirons gravel digging, and that needs to be fixed first. If we need to, for the downstream residents, then we need to condemn the land. This needs to be extracted entirely from CU. That's too big an elephant in the living room to be tied in to the city of Boulder's open space, which I've voted for years and years, and depend upon the service of that with my taxpayer funds. We had 6,000 signatures that spoke about this very issue. I really liked what Ray Bridge said. He's a very qualified expert, and I really would support what he brought up, and to restore this alluvium, to condemn the land like we did with Enchanted Valley when they were going to do a big development there. And it was a private agreement. We can't have private agreements with my tax dollars and my open space.
Thank you very much, Lynn.
Alluvium, natural alluvium. Thank you.
Ben, you're up. If you're on, I'm not sure. I see a Ben B, I'm assuming.
Yes, good evening. My name is Ben Binder, and I live in South Boulder. I'm a longtime supporter of Boulder's open space program. The troublesome CU South annexation agreement states Boulder will receive 30.2 shares of Dry Creek Ditch Number 2 water from CU to irrigate open space lands. That's all good, but in exchange for the 140 acre feet per year of raw untreated ditch water, which is only available several months of the year, the city will provide CU with 140 acre feet of treated municipal water annually in perpetuity. Treated municipal water is worth a lot more than untreated ditch water. Furthermore, according to documents prepared by CU, the city will waive $4.3 million in plant improvement fees, which would normally cover the cost of facilities needed to accommodate new development. 140 acre feet of water is equivalent to 45.6 million gallons. Using Boulder's lowest block rate for municipal water, the cost of this water would be $179,000 per year. Capitalized at 5%, this is a cash flow worth $3.6 million. Hal can explain all of that capitalization to you. In effect, Boulder will be providing CU with a total of $7.9 million in benefits for 32.2 shares of Dry Creek Ditch Number 2. Such shares are worth a small fraction of that amount. Access to government records provides information we need to hold public officials accountable. I asked for a copy of the city's appraisal of water rights for Dry Creek Ditch Number 2 and was falsely told that a state statute requires that appraisals not be disclosed until the real estate transactions are complete. Other responses to my core request indicate that no one at the city fulfilled the city's fiduciary responsibility to carefully review and evaluate the deal. Since CU will not be paying for the annual volume of 45 million gallons of treated water and will not be paying the $4.3 million in plant improvement fees, will open space funds be used to cover those costs, since the water that you'll be benefiting from will be used on open space? Or will those costs, the $7.9 million, be paid for by Boulder's utility ratepayers? Another question, have you investigated other much less expensive sources of water to irrigate the open space lands? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben.
Up next is Ruth Wright, and on deck is James Morris. I don't know if Ruth is on tonight. James, you can unmute yourself, and then if Ruth pops on, we'll let her go.
Hello, I'm James Morris. I live in South Boulder near Martin Acres. You folks are the guardians of our biodiversity and our spirit. I hope you can imagine a way to protect this wild area. I agree with most of the earlier comments, and I just have a little bit of, I'm just sort of upset that the city's doing this instead of a land trade or using the gravel pit and removing the berm so that this area is better able to absorb floodwaters. Years ago, I was on the city's wetlands advisory committee. And when I would read articles at that time, they said that there's no way to recreate a wetland. All the different interactions that occur between microorganisms, the plants, the insects, the animals, all that stuff is going on. You can't just sort of say you're going to put water somewhere else and you'll have a wetland. You won't get the same species diversity and interactions. Plus all that stuff about streams being wetland corridors and having CU professors like Gilbert White saying, you're not supposed to build in this floodplain. And then it appears that it's because CU is maybe one of the biggest corporations or entities here in Boulder, and they have full-time lobbyists working on this, and they can make scores or hundreds of millions of dollars by converting a floodplain into over 1,000 units of housing, and I forget, it's maybe 2.5 million acres of office space, and they can also resell it to someone else at a high price where the city would have to quickly, within a few months, come up with enough money to outbid Facebook or Google to build an office park there. I mean, I don't trust, I mean, I love a lot of the professors at CU and a lot of the programs, but this is the part of CU that was using private jets for their athletic directors to get tax breaks and trying to bribe the Boulder mayor by her favorite charity of a Women of the West Museum. All this stuff was trying to go on 20 years ago. And I think they're still they're relying on the fact that there's such a major force in Boulder and that they can make so much money off of this to shove it down. And you few people are, plus all the people in the community who care about wildlife, are what is sort of trying to stand up for wildlife and biodiversity. We can't really recreate endangered species or ecosystems. So there's some quote that says, if there is magic in the world, it is contained in water. And I believe that. I'm renewed when I go places like this. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Susan Peterson.
Hi, this is Susan Peterson. I live in North Boulder and I'm a member of the Environmental Advisory Board. And first of all, thank you so much for your contribution as a board to our community and the time and effort and energy that you put into it. I'm here tonight to just read a position statement that the Environmental Advisory Board sent to City Council prior to their vote on the annexation, just in case you haven't been sitting around reading City Council emails. So I'm reading it verbatim. This is from the Environmental Advisory Board. The proposed development of the CU South site will have major environmental impacts. Among these are land use changes that will reduce the site's carbon capture capability, changes in surface water flow that could potentially increase flood risks, and significant increases in greenhouse gas emissions associated with the overall project and its aftermath. The IPCC 6th assessment report just released describes the dire status of environmental conditions and provides a strong call for action in order to avoid the worst consequences of climate change. Among its recommendations, with which the Boulder Environmental Advisory Board concurs, is the rapid adoption of societal development pathways toward achieving net zero emissions. The position of the EAB is that the development of the CU South site be conducted with a goal toward net zero emissions and have net zero environmental impact. This statement reflects the EAB's view of the present and worsening climate crisis that requires a commensurate action and response. It also highlights an opportunity for the City of Boulder and CU Boulder to accelerate goals outlined in the City Climate Action Plan. The EAB sees this as a key movement for both entities to take a highly visible leadership role towards sustainable and environmentally responsible development. I know you have some tough decisions ahead of you, but I hope you'll consider some of those environmental impacts and the position of the advisory board, the Environmental Advisory Board, as you go down that path. Thanks again.
Thank you for bringing that to us in person, Susan.
Yep.
Al,
Karen.
may we request that Susan email that to the board so that we have a copy of it in addition to her reading?
Most certainly. We'd appreciate that if you'd follow up by email, Susan.
Will do, Hal.
That's the list of everyone who signed up in advance. If Sherry Price or Ruth Wright are on, I don't see either of those names in the list. So
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for remembering them, Allison. And if we don't have them, I suppose we'll proceed. Before we do, I have a couple procedural comments. Number one,
Wait, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Just real quick, I would like to say thank you to Mr. McCurry for speaking. And I know that you said the 7 pages that you worked on, you were going to send to utilities, but I would be very appreciative if you would consider sending that document to myself as well. And then of course, other board members can speak for themselves if they would also like to have it. So thank you again.
great. Yes, that would be appreciated, Gordon.
Hal, I thought Allison said she'd look for hand raises after the sign up list was done. I'm wondering if there are any other people who are waiting.
yeah, I don't see any hands.
Okay,
Great.
thanks.
So the comments that I wanted to make on this is that we didn't anticipate having quite as much public comment as we did this evening. So we are approximately a half hour behind our normal schedule. This topic, which everyone spoke on, the South Boulder Creek Flood Mitigation Project, is slated to be discussed later this evening at what might have been closer to perhaps 9 o'clock, which I have to imagine in light of this would now be closer to 9:30, etc. So I just first want to say thank you to everybody who came to speak and give you an idea of when we may be back on this topic later. Unfortunately, I don't think we can bring that subject closer. We just have other important items we need to get through. But to give you an idea of when you might want to come back to tune in. And then also, I personally feel, at study sessions, we don't have public comment, which explains why we have such a turnout this evening on the subject. And I wanted to just note personally to the board, Mike Browning and Francis Hartog's point about our resolution, I think is interesting. And that is the resolution we signed were a series of conditions which are not binding on future OSBTs because it was not a conditional disposal, so to speak. However, we all also know that while those conditions were largely met by the city, they were not entirely met by the city. And this is sort of the most important open business of the board on the topic. So I really appreciate the public is following those details closely. And the part I want to mention is, as we go further and further into technical details, I just think it's really important we keep the big picture in mind, because the longer we invest staff time and effort into this project, the more intense the pressure to complete it becomes. And so thinking about the state of that current resolution and what we want to do with it, I think it's really important that we keep it in the center of our minds and attention, because certainly a lot of these technical details are likely to take a very long time to resolve, and the longer it takes, the more city investment will go in. I'm sure you understand sort of what I'm pointing at, but I just think worthy of note. So thank you, Mike and Francis, for paying close attention to that dynamic. With that, unless there's any commentary from other board members or any additional follow-up, does anybody else have anything there?
Well, I think I appreciate your comment. I don't know that this is the time that we respond to comments. We do have that slated later. So anyway, I'm going to wait for later.
Great. So seeing no other comments, Dan, I guess we're on to the matters from the department section of this meeting.
Great, thank you, Hal, and good evening, trustees. I just have a very brief verbal announcement before we dive into the two major subject areas under matters from the department. I just want to remind the board again, I think this is my third reminder, and I also forwarded a press release that we put out today as a reminder to the community and to our board of trustees that this coming Monday at 6 is going to be our annual meeting with the community to discuss our prairie dog management program, in which we're going to provide a little bit of recap of activities that took place in 2021 and also take a look ahead at some of the planned activities in 2022 around our comprehensive prairie dog management program. So just want to put that out there. We have quite a nice web presence page on prairie dog. So if you're not sure where it is, you just within the search bar, put prairie dog in there, and it will some links will pop up to various pages, and you'll get forwarded to the prairie dog conservation page, and there'll be information about this Monday's meeting. There's also going to be some information about a plague management plan that is in draft form that will we're inviting comments. City staff is inviting comments on for the next 5 or 6 weeks or so. So there's some new fresh information on the prairie dog web page. So I encourage anybody who is following our conservation efforts and for prairie dogs to visit that page and participate in Monday's meeting. And there's also some tape video in there as well. If you can't make the meeting, you could certainly listen to some video clips that we recorded that does capture some of what will be relayed at the Monday meeting. So just wanted to, again, put that reminder out and encourage folks to visit the webpage and join us on Monday evening.
And it's 6 to 8 p.m., is that right?
That's right. And there'll be a link to that meeting in that webpage. And there's a section of the webpage that talks about the annual meeting, and that's what the link to the meeting will be embedded in there. All right, so with that, we've got a brief update on the paddock conservation easement proposed land exchange, in which we provided a written memo for in the November packet. We since invited out any interested trustees to go on site of the private property to see the conditions on the ground. And we're following it up tonight with a brief update with some additional information to prep us all as much as we can ahead of the January meeting, in which we still are proposing and asking for board consideration and action. So with that, I believe that real estate services staff, I'm not sure if it's going to be Bethany Collins or Matt Ashley will join us to briefly update on where we're at with that project.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, it's a little bit of both. So Bethany Collins, real estate services manager for open space. And so as Dan said, we're kind of here at this juncture for just a brief update, a few slides. You had another updated memo on some topics. We did have a few trustees go out to this property and just wanted to kind of reiterate, cover a couple of the the common themes and questions that came out of those visits, as far as some questions and interest in what restoration of the riparian corridor might look like, or why that might be of value to the open space program or open space mountain parks and be considered a benefit in this potential land exchange regarding the paddock conservation easement, as well as some issues related to or questions related to what an updated or amended and restated conservation easement might look like and what the benefits of that might be. So we covered a lot of questions and a lot of ground, I think, out in the field, but we did want to bring back and kind of recap those, as well as just open up some questions, open it up to some questions and some identification of some key issues that we will then bring forward and hopefully cover in future memo and future presentation in our January meeting. So tonight is not necessarily about a lot of deliberation or a lot of answering or resolving some questions, but just wanting to understand outstanding questions and issues that the board might have that we can cover in a future meeting. So Matt Ashley is here to give you a few visual aids, I hope, to kind of frame some of those questions or clarify some of those questions that board members had or may still have.
Okay, thanks Dan and Bethany. I'm Matt Ashley, Senior Property Agent with the Real Estate Team. And like Bethany and Dan said, we're gonna just do kind of a quick update and have a few visual aids to help our discussion on this paddock conservation easement exchanged. So this first picture is a photo of the property that shows the area we're talking about. And this is the riparian area along 4 Mile Canyon Creek. This is from our annual conservation easement monitoring visit earlier this year. A written update was provided in the packet that has all of these details. The big update is we're currently working through the draft amended and restated conservation easement with a landowner. And we wanted to take the opportunity while we're still working on that draft to give you an update of the type of terms we're discussing. It's important to note up front that this is the draft amended and restated conservation easement, still under review and negotiation by the parties. And tonight we're really just hoping to use these as examples to help you understand what may end up in the final document. So when it is up for approval, you have a little more background. Okay, next slide, please, Leah. So this kind of puts in table form what's in that written update. And this shows the differences between the existing conservation easement and the draft amended and restated conservation easement. So the overall benefit of this project is that there's going to be a net gain in acreage that will be protected under the conservation easement and adding that riparian area along the creek. But in addition to that, there's also some value to be gained by updating the terms of the conservation easement. And that's what this table is showing. So I'm not going to read all of these off, but to start off with the agricultural structures in the current existing conservation easement, those are vaguely defined and it could possibly allow for larger agricultural structures. The amended CE, we could kind of tighten that up and prohibit large agricultural structures such as equestrian centers, commercial scale greenhouses. I'll just kind of leave this up for a second. I don't want to read through it all, but I thought this was a good way to help visualize what those differences are. All right, next slide, Leah. And then similarly,
can you go back for just a second? I'm not, thanks. Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, Matt.
Yep.
Dan, you're muted, I think.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah. Now we can hear you.
Suggesting, Matt, since there may be listeners that aren't on visually, that you actually might just quickly read through it. I think that might aid the trustees as well, but it would also aid folks that maybe just be listening in.
Sure. Yeah, no problem. Let's go back, Leah. So as we said, the agricultural structures, the amended and restated conservation easement would prohibit those larger agricultural structures. Non-native plants is not addressed in the current conservation easement, the amended conservation easement. We could prohibit the planting of non-native plants. In the existing current conservation easement, recreational uses are referenced, but not really defined in that current conservation easement. And we could tighten that up as well and restrict that to low impact passive recreation that does not require developed facilities, including paved courts or manicured fields. You wouldn't want a basketball court showing up out on the field out there. And then the riparian addition. So that's currently undefined in the current CE, and we could add terms in the amended CE such as no mowing, plowing, or cultivation of that riparian area alongside the creek. Non-native species shall be removed, maintain and restore native vegetation, as well as grant city access for ecological studies and monitoring.
Matt, one really technical clarifier. In the existing CE related to large agricultural structures, they use the word for public use. Am I correct to read that to mean you could build an equestrian center, but you're only allowed to use it for you and your family as the primary owner?
I don't think that's incorrect. I would have Bethany weigh in on that to be sure.
Hey, Hal.
That sounds right to me.
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me. I do believe you're right, although the provisions of the public access in most areas of the conservation easement are that the city can't permit public access and public use. But if the landowner were to elect to request that, it could be considered under the current conservation easement. Again, a lot of the terms, just like you just brought up, there's some either conflicting language or some vague language that would require a great amount of interpretation that we could potentially handle through an amended conservation easement.
Thanks.
Sure.
And just for clarification, these provisions are just for the conservation easement. They're not for the house parcel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's a very good question. So the house parcel is its own separate legal parcel that does not have a conservation easement on it. The conservation easement is just on that area that surrounding that house parcel. Okay, sounds like we're ready for the next slide. So similar to that last table, this shows the differences between the current protections afforded by the fact that this is in a floodplain and floodway. This slide shows the protections that would be added by amending the CE to include some more of that riparian area. So for buildings, the floodway protections prevent construction of buildings requiring a building permit. The amended CE could tighten that up and allow the city to further restrict buildings and prohibit structures except for the fencing made of wood or rock and stairs or bridges made of wood or rock that are down in that floodplain or floodway. But we could prohibit more buildings than the floodplain and floodway currently do. And then for vegetation, there's no requirements to maintain native riparian vegetation and restrict non-native vegetation just by the fact that it's in that floodplain and floodway. The amended CE, we could add some requirements to maintain the riparian corridor in its natural state. This would include native vegetation, also would allow for higher functioning floodplain to add protection to downstream properties. Next slide, I think. So, and this is just a quick primer on the benefits of riparian restoration. So there's a high natural resource value in returning a riparian corridor to its natural state. This photo does a good job of showing those longer grasses, longer vegetation right up along the edge of the creek. This includes restoring native plant species, as well as restricting mowing that riparian area and other recreational activities. Also, it's important here to note that the landscape level impact would be improved of protecting this corridor along with our other stretches of riparian corridors nearby, taken with the downstream impacts to our other properties downstream from here. So next slide, please. Just a few more benefits of riparian restoration. So riparian vegetation provides stability to the stream banks, traps sediments from surface runoff, improving water quality, and creates habitat for both terrestrial and aquatic life. And next slide. So as Bethany kind of stated up front, we're here to help answer questions and keep moving this discussion forward, so we're a little more prepared for that January action item. And here is a final picture to leave you with. You can see the riparian area there in the back of the photo, kind of along the trees there. This is the property. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt and Bethany. I know we had a lot of trustees go out there. We've had a great presentation. What questions do people have? Caroline.
Hey, thank you guys for that update. My question is, when you look at a land zone map, if it is current, let me know if this isn't correct, but can you tell me the difference and similarities, and if there's anything that sticks out between estate residential versus rural residential? Because this property lies right on the boundary of those two, and it appears it is estate residential.
Do you want to take that, Matt? Actually, I can grab onto that one. So actually, I believe it's rural residential, if I'm not mistaken. But you are correct; it is on the cusp, or there is a dividing line there. Rural residential allows for a bit more subdivision if you go through a county land use process. So it allows 5 and all the way down, depending on the area, to one per 1 acre. So 1 per 5 or 1 per 1 acre, or 1 per 2 acre, excuse me, subdivision with minimal land use application to the county. Whereas estate residential is usually 1 per 35. So it is one, larger home on a 35-acre parcel. So rural residential does allow more subdivision, more density, more homes. But to be clear, the current conservation easement, while I do believe it's in rural residential zoning, does restricts that kind of development or subdivision already. So, and then they have a separate residential parcel that we won't have any kind of additional control or anything over the subdivision that could occur there.
Is anyone on the call that's able to confirm the planning and permitting map I have up does have it as a state, showing it on that side of the road, and the other side is rural, just to make sure that if it can't be answered tonight, that it's answered quickly, just so myself and the other trustees are sure of that zoning.
Yeah, and I'm looking it up as we speak too, Caroline, but if Matt or somebody else on the line has already looked it up, that would be great.
It's listed in the county records as rural residential.
Okay. And Caroline, one way you can also look that up without having to kind of squint at those maps is to actually go to the county parcel data, the parcel map, and put in the address for the property, or zoom in on the property and actually select it and look at the zoning information for it. So I could also guide you through that if you ever need help.
So even if a current map shows it as estate residential due to the contract, that would not apply, and it would actually be rural residential?
Again, we're looking at the county, the actual parcel, the actual zoning listed for the parcel on Boulder County's assessor records or property records. So we'll clarify that, but I think whatever map you're looking at, if you're looking at the zoning map, must be an error, or the listing for the actual property is, because it's the same data, it's the same record. So we'll double check that prior to the next meeting, no problem.
Okay, and I think that you might have answered this within that question, but I just wanted to double check it. It might make you repeat yourself. Is there anything that you get or don't get having either a rural residential or a state residential property that is less than 5 acres? I just felt like for a lot of these parcels, they are 5 acres or more, and for this property, they're at the 4 acres. So I wasn't sure if there was a reason for that as opposed to being the 5.
I don't believe so. I don't believe there's a difference between it being 4 or 5 acres. Once you get down to 2, again, certain setbacks and things like that will apply. But as far as square footage of home and things like that, no, there's really no difference in the rural residential zoning between a 2-acre lot or a 5-acre lot in terms of what you could do on it.
Okay, and then I just want to make sure I understand this right for my notes. So if it is zoned as rural, the property, not the conservation easement, but the landowner's property would have less restrictions if they wanted to subdivide the property.
They could apply, yes, and go through, I believe it, again, as long as it is rural residential, they could apply and go through a subdivision with the county. Again, if you've been out, well, you haven't been, but if going out to the property, there is, their facilities and infrastructure is pretty spread out on their 4-acre lot. And so they would obviously have to remove those to subdivide or to do any development. And again, they have to go through a subdivision process with Boulder County to do that. But the intent for what they're doing right now is to actually just rebuild a single family home and maintain the barn and the other infrastructure that's on their existing lot. They haven't expressed any kind of interest in further subdivision of their private parcel. And again, we're not really talking about the private parcel. We have no control. We have no reason to ask for additional additional land to restrict any kind of the development of that residential parcel. Yeah.
I was just, like I said, confused because
Right.
what the map shows that I have in front of me just says that it is the estate residential. And I have been out to the property. I didn't go on a tour with you guys, but I just wanted to double check because I've owned many myself, the goat pens that are next to the creek. Those are planning on staying there. Is that correct?
Yes, we haven't, at this point we have in the draft conservation easement, we are agreeing to keep the existing infrastructure. Mm-hmm.
And is that the water that is used for the animals drinking water? I would assume they don't put out any additional water, like they don't fill up from a spout and then take it to the pens, that is the water used for the animals to drink from?
You mean the creek?
Mm-hmm.
We can double check that. I believe they actually use their irrigation water that they have. They have North Boulder Farmers ditch shares. And I believe they use their ditch water to water, but we can certainly confirm that, although they would be allowed to have their livestock graze and graze the creek.
Yeah, I would assume if it was my property and my pens were there, it would be for the reason that the water was close and accessible to them. So
right.
If we could just get back and let me know if that is the animal source of drinking water, that would be
sure.
Much appreciated. Thank you. And I'm done now. Thank you.
Well, while we're on the private parcel, can you just say a word or two about why the chunk that was added to the house parcel was the chunk to the west as shown on the map? The thinking behind adding that section?
Yeah, I think Matt can tackle that one.
Yeah, I think it's simply just to give themselves a little more flexibility with where to locate the new house, basically. I think that's about all we know on that.
Yeah, it is, Karen, it is a location where they are expanding or proposing to expand. And again, they don't have a formal site plan to provide, but to expand their house, to site their house, and also they are planning a pool. And again, that area is already used as a yard area and is not irrigable the way that the topography is, and the way that the laterals are on the property. And so it really is some, as Hal has pointed out, some cottonwood trees and also just a portion of their yard. And so it, to them and to as far as the lens we're looking through right now, is an appropriate place to allow that expansion or to have the appropriate buffers or setbacks from the conservation easement property.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Dave.
First off, Bethany and Matt, I do think that what we've seen of the revised conservation easement agreement is considerably improved over the previous one. So keep at it because it's well worth it. My concern, though, is how we're characterizing the riparian area. And the language we're using is pretty expressive of riparian values. And quite frankly, that area has seen significant impact. And I think it's a disservice to the open space department to convey the wide breadth of riparian values to this area unless the landowners agree to what I consider to be some really necessary actions. Caroline mentioned one. I think having, goat barn and kind of agricultural activities in the riparian area certainly diminishes its value, and I'm really concerned about that. The other thing is that a lot of the woody vegetation, shrubs and things have all been removed. It's been mowed. I know that we're saying that it won't be mowed in the future, but it has experienced significant impacts. And, there's I don't know what I call it, an amphitheater, but, there's obviously a fairly focused recreational potential there in the riparian area. And it strikes me that if we're going to extol the significance of these riparian areas, we better walk the walk, because otherwise I think it diminishes what we characterize other riparian areas throughout the system, if in fact we see that there's a lot of recreational use and agricultural development there under our conservation easement auspices. So I would urge that in the conversations or negotiations with the landowners that you pay careful attention to that, because from my perspective, it's seen significant impact, and it will take a whole lot of effort to actually restore it to any kind of natural function. That will take many years and concerted effort. And if the landowners are willing to do that, that'd be great and good for them. And we would really appreciate it and work with them. If they're less eager to do that, then I think we ought to dial back our nomenclature on the value of the area, because we've talked a lot about riparian values even earlier in this meeting. And I want to make sure that when we're talking about them that it's not a one size fits all, because this one needs a lot of attention and work, and good for us and good for them if we can make that happen. But it may mean a difference, in the future as far as their ability to use that area if in fact we do want to maintain some kind of riparian function. So I guess that was an urging to be mindful of that and, negotiate, the things that need to actually occur there. And I don't know if we can get the goat barn out of the riparian area, but that's particularly concerning to me. And I think, it's well worth having further conversations about that. So thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Well, we'll definitely look at that closer. And I can tell you, as far as to the lengths we've crafted riparian language so far, it really does emphasize really, at least initially, leave it and see. Allow natural restoration, allow it to see what comes back. Don't mow it, things like that. It also, right now, what we're really encouraging is language that does allow the city to perform restoration similar to other easements we have along that stretch if there is a restoration project on there. So, you know, collaborating with the landowners to actually do restoration along the entire creek corridor where we actually have interest to be able to do that. There is also, at least currently, you know, language to be discussed that if there are livestock impacts or things like that, that we could require fencing or things like that to keep the livestock out. So we really are trying, you know, again, going back, you know, we'll be going back and forth on language to hopefully cover a lot of what you've just brought up. So and yes, it is important. I mean, one of the reasons we're saying we have staff support of this is the concept of, you know, the potential habitat and conservation value of the riparian corridor. It may not be there right now, but it has that potential. And so if there's not agreement on protecting and allowing that to return to a natural state, then you know, we won't necessarily have a supported transaction. So stay tuned on that, definitely.
Great, thanks.
Sorry. Go ahead, Karen.
Bethany, I just want to say real quick that I'm looking at the map that I referenced when speaking with you, and it is from 10/6/2021. And the closer I look at it, there is just an indistinguishable ability in the color coding to differentiate between what would be a state or rural residential. So I see what you're saying and why you looked like you were pretty certain it was rural, as well as economic development and suburban residential. If anyone could take note of those four, they are all the exact same color, and it is just it's impossible the difference. And if someone could just please somehow let us know, I don't know how you could color code it any different. And I'm sorry if this is kind of a pain or problem, but I would really like to know what the zoning is, and I cannot from this map.
Yeah, we will, again, we'll double, triple check that again. You know, I'm looking actually not at you, but at my screen of the zoning district that it does come up on the assessor's website, which is the official Boulder County records, and it does indicate that it is rural residential. So, but we will absolutely make certain of that for when we come back to you, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Bethany, before, and Karen, please let me just jump in because I'm off of Dave here for a second. Dave mentioned some things that I really feel similarly about, and I'm wondering from the staff point of view and from the owner's point of view, where else other than those items is the negotiating pencil on this still open legal document?
I'm sorry, Hal, what you're asking, where are we in the negotiation, or where are we?
What other clauses and terms? Basically, why are we not looking at a finished agreement tonight?
That is very much more Matt and I's issue and problem. We had, you know, Matt had an illness in his family, and we had a few other things going on with other board members and things like that, and we're pretty late in getting the landowners the current draft. And so, and they have obviously want some time with it. It goes from, you know, a few page document up to a 20 some odd page document that they want their attorneys to review and want to take more time with, to make sure, because again, it's a perpetual document. So make sure that they're on board with the document, because it does have substantial changes that Dave will appreciate from the older documents. So so that's why you're not looking at one tonight. Yeah,
thank you. And
it's very much on us.
Karen, I'm coming right to you. Just one more quick thing on my end. We obviously, as an open space department, are very concerned about the ecological value in the wetter areas of this property. However, we're also fiduciaries of agreements that we previously entered, which have unique economic value. Can you explain to us what extent you've thought about that in this negotiation, and if there's been some analysis done basically to say, hey, this is a transaction that makes sense if there were, basically if it was a further arm's length deal that people who are focused on money would make?
Yeah, I can tell you, I mean, obviously from when we acquired it before to acquiring it now, any per acre values have increased. This, again, the land we would potentially be giving up, while the conservation easement on its own was for open space and agricultural values. It very much, some of those older conservation easements really were to restrict or eliminate development rights. And the secondary conservation values were kind of whatever's left on the property after you restrict those development rights. And so, this conservation easement continues to restrict those development rights on the important agricultural properties. And additionally and substantially, we get more acreage than we give up. We get important acreage or square footage, however you want to classify it, that fits a lot of our open space purposes and has, again, the potential for higher value, ecological value, and the like. And so from a monetary standpoint, and again, I know we will be providing an updated map, but there is some in the floodplain rather than the floodway where they still could develop. And so it does still have development potential. And so the per acre value on developable land in Boulder County, as you know, is quite high. So there is some value that, and again, money is not changing hands in this transaction. So it really is trying to balance the importance and priorities of open space.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that. My point is simply this, that this transaction contemplates giving back far more development rights than it extinguishes, and that there's significant value associated with that. And it's an important thing we need to consider for the value of our legal agreements. In any case, Karen, please.
Sure.
I was out of town and was not able to go on the field trip, but I have gone out to the property and I've seen the mowed grass down to and including the creek. And I really appreciate the direction that Dave has talked about at length of reestablishing a riparian corridor. I have 4 or 5 specific questions that may be quick and easy to respond to. Bethany, I understood you just recently to say that we would allow the riparian corridor to return. And my reading of what's here is not just allow it, but actively restore the riparian corridor. Am I correct?
No, the city will not be having any management responsibility or obligations over this property. We would have the potential right to collaborate with the landowner to do some restoration should we have a restoration project along the corridor. But no, we will not be going in to do active restoration.
Then explain to me what it means at the top of page 2 of the memo, where it says add riparian restrictions, and the 3rd bullet says maintain and restore native vegetation. Does that not include riparian vegetation?
Yeah, so that would be on the landowner to be doing the allow the restoration. So allow it to come back, and also then that open space during our monitoring visits would be able to say things that would help that along basically, and to provide information in order to restore that as a conservation value on the property. So there is an active effort to do that. But really the first effort is stop doing what you're doing and see how it returns first. We can't give and won't give, restoration guidance until they really see what happens when they stop mowing. And yeah, Matt and I have both been in contact, obviously, and consulted with Marianne and Kat McIntyre and Don D'Amico, actually, all 3 of them with our department. And that's really what they're recommending at this point. But yes, again, with it being a perpetual document, we will include that they would be maintaining it as a riparian corridor, and if necessary, they would be doing restoration work if something were to impact that as a healthy riparian corridor.
Okay. And then on the second section at the top of page 2 in the memo, it says added protection from the paddock conservation easement. Does that mean added protection for the conservation easement? I'm
I
not
don't
sure
have,
what added
Matt, do you have it in
protection
front of you?
from the conservation easement is.
Let me pull up the memo.
I was going to say, I don't have the memo up in front of me. Can you read a bit more of the sentence, Karen?
It's a bolded heading, and it says added protection from the A&R paddock conservation easement.
Yeah, so that would be that there's additional protection of the property from adding amended and restated conservation easement. So maybe the language isn't perfect.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
maybe added protection contained within the amended and restated paddock conservation easement would be the way to maybe correct that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That
kind of a-
clarifies that for me. I don't want to belabor
Yeah.
that anymore. But the first bullet under that says floodway protections prevent construction of buildings requiring a building permit. What kind of construction does not require a permit? So and is therefore allowed?
That would be like smaller agricultural outbuildings, that type of thing.
Okay,
Oh, within the, you mean within the floodway? Is that the element within the floodway, Karen?
The floodway, yeah.
Oh, within the floodway, yeah. So really fencing under 6 feet tall doesn't require a building permit. Things like substantial bridges often don't require a building permit. There's certain height restrictions and certain material restrictions within county code that don't require a building permit. I can't rattle those off right now, other than the fencing under 6 feet. So I can certainly we can certainly touch on that a little bit more of examples of what doesn't require a building permit.
Okay, so the larger of the two small structures next to the floodway on the house parcel appears to me to be some kind of an old constructed out of rock barn. How is that in the floodway? Or is that out of the floodway?
Again, we haven't focused that much really on the private parcel. I mean, on the unencumbered parcel. So we can check into that. It might also be grandfathered in, or it might be within the floodplain versus the floodway. But we're actually going to be providing a better map that kind of shows the floodway in better colors and the floodplain in the next memo. So that may be
Thank you. It just looked to me like it was really close to the creek.
Right.
And then at the very bottom of page 1 of the memo, it talks about having stricter requirements on agricultural structures and uses. And it says to prohibit commercial and industrial operations. Can you describe to me what that prohibits and at the same time what it therefore allows? Just to embellish that a little bit?
So right now the conservation easement is fairly silent on commercial or industrial operations like a commercial greenhouse, even up to the point of having, a commercial livestock operation, a large pig facility, let's say. And again, some of that might be getting extreme because it probably would be allowed by Boulder County, right? But things like that, we can actually completely prohibit. Commercial or industrial is also considered solar farms and the like. So it's really narrowing in on commercial or industrial operations or the infrastructure associated with those things.
So under that heading, what would be allowed?
As far as commercial or industrial, or as far as agricultural structures?
I'm not clear. That's why I'm asking the question. But
it's under the heading of agricultural structures, Bethany.
Okay. So agricultural structures that would be allowed. So again, we're trying to limit and not allow large equestrian facilities, indoor riding arenas, large commercial greenhouses that you see out, kind of on agricultural properties, things like that. And so the goal of that really is smaller, minor agricultural structures. So small loafing sheds, 3-side structures to allow livestock to get, storm shelters for livestock, small storage sheds for tools or the like that are associated with an agricultural operation of this size. So really limiting another large barn or things like that to be put out there. Is that helpful?
It is, and I'm wondering whether the language would be clearer if you had some kind of designation of size, so that there wouldn't be, 20, 50 years from now, well, this isn't small or this isn't big,
right?
But to give some kind of scale in terms of numbers to the words.
Yeah, and you'll see, this is, you've touched on the ultimate difficult thing within a conservation easement that land trusts and open space agencies alike struggle with, because kind of not the older, but somewhat middle ground conservation easements strive to put in a maximum square footage, which you think is a great idea until, our monitors have to go out with tape measures or things like that and really determine what's out there and how big it is. And so we really, at this right now, as drafted, it really touches on permitting minor agricultural structures, and it does give examples of that as being, and again, I don't have it in front of me, but things like loafing sheds and small greenhouses, things like that. But it does also completely restrict large scale or large agricultural structures, such as commercial greenhouses, equestrian centers, large barns, things like that. And so we really are trying to narrow in on that language without necessarily getting really specific as far as square footage, but it may come to that in order to provide the best specificity. So stay tuned on that.
Okay. Thank you. And last question. Is a pool considered passive recreation?
Is a pool? No, the pool wouldn't be on the conservation easement. Is that what you're asking? No, a pool is not considered passive recreation.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Caroline.
This isn't a question. It's just kind of a statement. In both memos from our last board meeting and this one, when you read from the second paragraph, it says in order preferred sitting on the property for new residents, pool, and allow for setbacks. When I first read this, I thought that the property owner was putting in a new pool, and now I better understand it to be an entirely new residence. So, and that is correct. I'll stop myself there and just make sure that is correct.
That is what is anticipated, yes.
So it's just where that comma is, and maybe I just read it too fast and maybe no one else had this problem besides me, but when I first read it, it just appeared to me that it was an additional pool and not what I would assume be taking away one home and then building another. So just for clarification in any future memos, where that comma is just a bit tricky for me.
Okay. Yeah, we'll fix that. We'll look at that and fix it, make it more clear. Thanks, Caroline.
Dave.
So Bethany, just piggybacking on Karen's questions, from my perspective, I think the language in the conservation easement ought to restrict any structures in the conservation easement. And so I'm concerned that we only seem to be limiting it to commercial or industrial. And in fact, we're saying, well, loafing sheds and chicken coops and, things like that can be built there. And again, I don't want to keep repeating myself, but that seems to either diminish or negate the real riparian values by having a bunch of structures, adjacent to the creek and the floodway.
Well, keep in mind, Dave, this wouldn't be, so we actually would be prohibiting any kind of structure, any additional structures in the floodplain or floodway. Hopefully that's good news to hear. But keep in mind, when we're talking about amended and restated conservation easement, we're talking about the whole conservation easement property, which is 35 acres, 36 acres, something to that effect. So, and again, this is a separate parcel, so it's actually a separately saleable parcel as well. And so I actually answered this question on our site visit with Hal. I would never support or encourage somebody to not have to have an agricultural conservation easement with zero development allowed as far as agricultural outbuildings. So having, the ability to have livestock without giving them shelter, or having the ability to have paying operation or anything without some sort of minor like tool sheds and things like that, I would never probably support or encourage as a conservation professional. So that's why we still would encourage permitting smaller structures like that on this parcel.
I'm not suggesting that, Bethany. What I am saying is that then we ought to have specific language related to the floodway itself, that there will not be any structures built in the floodway adjacent to the creek.
Yep, it's in there. And it will be in there. Yep. Floodplain or floodway, definitely.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Any further questions on the paddock conservation easement proposed land exchange? Well, thank you very much, Bethany, for spending the time with us, and Matt, thanks for presenting that, and we look forward to seeing the fruits of the final legal arrangement.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, Hal, we ready to move on?
I think so.
All right, we got one more matter under the department, and that is an overview of our Trailheads program. And with that, we'll also include some information about a very recent condition assessment that we had contracted out, and to give you a little flavor of some upcoming projects within this program area. And with that, we're going to have Ben Verreel, our Trailhead Supervisor. I think we're going to start it off with Jarrett Roberts, who's our Visitor Infrastructure Senior Manager. And I just want to use this opportunity before I turn things over to Jarrett completely, just to say, and I believe these are words from Jarrett, we have some bittersweet news. And that is that Jarrett has been offered, and he accepted a wonderful opportunity with Boulder County Parks and Open Space to assume their division manager role for the Recreation and Facilities division. So this will be Jarrett's last OSBT meeting with us. We're certainly going to miss him immensely. For those of you who don't know, he was actually a junior ranger. So he started off, he has a long history with our system and with our program, starting off with the Junior Ranger program. So I just want to thank Jarrett for the years of service that he's provided our agency, and wishing him very well to do good work on our neighboring agency. And I know that we're going to keep in touch, and who knows how the fate winds blow, but we may see him through our doors again someday. So with that, just a word of appreciation for Jarrett, and I'll turn things over to him.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks for that great intro. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah. It's nice to see the board members again, and I think I've met and hiked with many of you, so I will miss going on hikes with those that I haven't, and thank you all for the time that you've given me and all the knowledge you've shared. As Dan mentioned, I've had the privilege to work for Open Space, actually 14 of the last 24 years, and then in that 10 years in between, I got the opportunity to work for a nonprofit that worked with public land agencies across the state. So I've had the chance to work with over 40 agencies across the Front Range in Colorado, and in Open Space is by far one of my favorites. So I'm glad I've gotten the chance to work and be a part of this. I currently manage our Trails, Trailheads, and Signs group, at least for a little while longer, as Dan said, just for another week or so. And we're here today to talk about the Trailhead program, which is one of those three programs. We haven't really presented to the board about the Trailhead program since my tenure here in the last 5 years recently, or in the last decade, as far as I can tell, as a program to update the board. So I'm really excited about this. And I hope, as you see, this is an amazing group. When I first got to open space, I had no idea of the scope of work that they do. So for example, I don't know if you know, but they spend 30 to 40 staff days a year doing vegetation management at our trailheads, which reduces invasive species spread across the system. Something I had no idea. Or if you see graffiti on the Flatirons or other areas, they're one of the primary groups that's going to go out and remove that within 24 hours. Or every time someone in open space opens a gate, it's because the trail group has spent time installing and repairing that gate many, many times probably. So they kind of do a lot of this behind the scenes work and do a lot more than most people expect. Let's see, trailheads are the gateway to our system. So every visitor who goes to open space goes through an access point or a trailhead. So they set the tone for pretty much every visit on open space, the 6 million plus visits. I hope through this presentation you're inspired as I am about the program and the great work they're doing here. We're going to cover a lot here. So we'll talk a lot about what the group does, some condition data and some other things. I do want to note that we're not really going to get into the design or the cost piece perhaps as much as you want. The cost piece is we just got the condition data and we want to show it to you, but we're hoping to come back next year and take the condition and translate it into cost, which I think will be very eye-opening. And then from the design perspective, the department is working through design guidelines. And this won't disrupt that process. It'll fit into it, but those just aren't complete yet. And so we don't want to talk about those until they're ready to be talked about as a holistic approach. I think that's all I have as a quick introduction. I'm going to turn it over to the real expert now, who is Ben Verrill. And Ben's going to talk to us a little bit about the trailhead program. And I'll jump in at a couple places to give a little more background as well.
Yeah, thanks, Jarrett. Thanks for the introduction. As you mentioned, my name is Ben Verrill. I'm the Trailheads supervisor, and I'm going to take you through this presentation. And thanks for giving me some time to talk about the Trailhead program and what we're doing, how we do it, and some exciting stuff we're working on. So Leah, you can go to the next slide if you don't mind. And Jared, I think you were going to maybe discuss the master plan strategy. So I'll throw it back to you quickly.
Yeah, sorry, we got ahead of ourselves, but just wanted to point out from a direct touch, the Trailhead group works heavily on these focus areas, including assessing and managing visitation, connecting youth to the outdoor, encouraging multimodal access, and controlling invasive species, a range of passive recreation experiences, and then providing welcoming, inspired facilities. And in addition to these, I think as you see in a lot of the work they do, indirectly they touch maybe another 9 or 10 of these focus areas. So the work they do is widespread within the department and within the master plan.
Great, thanks, Jared. You can go to the next slide, please. Just quickly, I want to give you a rundown of the itinerary for this presentation. Just to kind of introduce our staff so you can see who's out there working on trailheads. Talk quickly about trailhead group objectives and goals, and then give you just a little background on the program since, as Jarrett mentioned, I don't think we've had a chance to report to the board in a while. And then I'm going to talk briefly about trailhead classes, which is a document we recently updated. And then I'm going to spend a good amount of time talking about the trailhead condition assessment report that Jarrett mentioned. And then finally, looking forward to some current and upcoming projects that we're working on. And then at the end, time for some questions if there are any. So next slide, please. So staff introduction, you met Jarrett and myself. In addition to us, we have Nick Devenald and Dave Barry, not pictured here, but they are Trailheads program leads. Nick focuses mainly on the maintenance side of things, and Dave focuses on the volunteer and contract crew side of things. And then pictured here is our crew. That's Dana Diskin in the middle, assistant crew lead, Patrick Campbell on the left, and Ashley Altenberg on the right, and they are our crew members. And we are currently in the process of hiring 1 vacancy for a crew member, so normally we would have 4. Next slide. Next up, just quickly want to talk on kind of trailhead group objectives and goals. So you can go to the next slide already. As Jarrett mentioned, trailheads and access points are kind of a gateway to open space. They're the first thing visitors see when they come to enjoy the land, and they set the tone for how people approach and treat open space. So because of that, some of our objectives and goals, we want to use standardized infrastructure and design that meets current industry standards. We want to promote respect and stewardship of OSMP lands while also balancing short-term costs with long-term sustainability. And then we want to do all this while maintaining a strong connection to the natural landscape, because we know how important that is to open space in our charter. Next slide. And as a team, we really hold ourselves to a high standard of service, especially on our core duties and maintenance infrastructure. And we think that the better the trailheads look, the better people treat them, and that goes for the rest of the land as well. And then as a team, we also maintain a culture of innovation, teamwork, customer service, and consistent quality. And I just want to touch on those a little more quickly. Innovation is really important to us just because of the variety work we do in trailheads, as Jarrett mentioned. Because of that, we constantly seek to innovate and improve not just our methods and processes, but our tools and materials in any way we can to increase efficiency and do better work out there. Teamwork is really important to us, because we have a big crew and they work independently and as a team. So communication, being able to flex style and work with different people on any given day is really important. So we highly value teamwork. Customer service is really important, because our crew is out there in the field at trailheads and access points every day, and they interface with the public constantly. So it's really important to us that they're willing and able to answer questions and listen to comments and concerns from the public while they're out there. And then consistent quality is just something we really value. We want our crew to take the time and do things right up to our standard, and not worry about rushing through tasks. And so we encourage them to always do that, while still maintaining efficiency. Next slide, please. So now I'm just gonna give you a little quick background on the Trailhead program, kind of what we do and how we do it. I'm not gonna get too into detail, but just to kind of give you an idea of the scope of the work we do. Next slide. So first, just some basic system stats. So, as you guys may or may not know, we have 37 trailheads and 76 access points in our system, which is a lot. And quickly, I just want to touch on how we differentiate between a trailhead and an access point at OSMP. So to us, a trailhead is, any location that provides access to a trail, and OSMP provides and maintains parking. And an access point would be access to a trail, but where open space does not provide or maintain the parking. There could still be public parking available there, but it's not stuff that we maintain or provide. So at all those locations, we have 90 trash cans, 39 recycling locations, 14 compost locations, 18 outhouses, and 30 dog waste compost locations. And it's a lot to take care of, especially given the quantity of visitors who want to enjoy OSMP lands. So next slide, if you don't mind, I will kind of show you on a weekly basis how we manage all that basic infrastructure. So this is kind of our weekly breakdown. So if you look first at the brown boxes on Monday and Friday, those are our maintenance runs. And on those runs, we empty receptacles and dispose of waste, clean and restock all the outhouses, service dog waste stations, collect and dispose litter, and conduct minor repairs as needed. And that takes place every Monday and Friday throughout the year. Every Wednesday in the green box there, we do a power washing run with our truck mounted hot seat. And that's a deeper clean of all the outhouses where we clean and disinfect and restock them again, and also perform minor maintenance as needed while we're at the trailheads. And then every Saturday and Sunday in the blue, we do a recycling and system check. And we split the recycling up between one person on each of those days. So they take half the system, they empty the recycling, check and stock all the outhouses again, just to make sure they're getting through the weekend, conduct minor repairs. And starting in 2022, we're actually going to help the facilities team with emergent response for some of their tasks that might come up on buildings and structures, since we have the only maintenance staff in on weekends. And then in the gray there, on Tuesday through Thursday, we do annual maintenance and additional duties. And if you want to go to the next slide, get a little more into that. And as Jarrett mentioned, we do a lot more than you might think, and not just maintaining that sort of waste infrastructure. So on Tuesday to Thursday, when we have most of our crew available, we actually do a bunch of other stuff, including parking lot maintenance, vegetation management, recreational gate maintenance, graffiti removal, fence repair, snow removal, tree maintenance, picnic area maintenance, shelter and rental facility maintenance, memorial infrastructure installation and maintenance. And that's not even the full list, but that kind of gives you a good idea of all the other stuff we do. And that takes place, on an annual cycle, depending on the time of year. And there you got a couple pictures of people conducting some of that work. Next slide, please. And I'm going to throw it back to Jarrett quickly to introduce this section.
So as we move out of the daily work of the trailhead program into a slightly higher level perspective, the foundation for this work is the trailhead class system. It's important to note that this class system and the update that Ben will talk about, they align with the public planning processes that we've gone through. So they don't replace them, they actually build upon them and fit within that framework. And these classes help us define, so while these classes help us define through planning processes such as TSAs, and they provide guidance on clarifying what future trailheads might look like. So the class themselves or the class system won't define what a trailhead is. It'll define as you go through a public process, you might choose a class or something, but this process didn't override any of our currently existing systems. We relied on the public planning process that already existed. And this system that Ben will talk about helps us with the conceptualization of trailhead and lays the groundwork for our condition assessments, which is really important. It also defines the asset classes that we'll talk about. And this starts to set the benchmark for standardization, which eventually leads to the ability to do cost estimation and even look at like a whole system cost approach, which is this would be one of the pieces if we wanted to do that across the whole department. And I do want to point out that the Trailhead and Trails and Signs groups are among the leading programs that are kind of setting the benchmark for some of this asset management work. And so they're kind of breaking new ground in a lot of ways, and it does take more work sometimes. It's like breaking fresh snow. You have to put the extra effort in, and they're figuring things out, which I'm really inspired and impressed by them for. So Ben's going to walk you through what the class system is, and then we had a recent update, which I alluded to, and he'll kind of talk about that as well.
Yeah, thanks, Jarrett. And Lee, you can go to the next slide, please. So as Jarrett mentioned, we recently updated this document. So if you kind of look at the left side of your screen here, the original Trailhead classes was last written and created in 2010. And I'm just going to kind of go over what that one was and then what we updated. So that document, when we looked at it recently, we kind of realized, it was a little outdated and didn't quite reflect where we were at. And that's why we wanted to update it. So that document defined 3 classes of access points, 3 classes of trailheads, and 2 classes of ARFs, which are access to recreational facilities. And kind of in red down here on the left, these are some of the reasons we wanted to update it. The characteristics of each class in that document was based only on usage, and that was really the only defining reasons for choosing what class a location was. There were only 10 unique assets total listed in that document. And the infrastructure listed was outdated, and it kind of only focused on maintenance. And so we wanted to expand on that. So in 2020, we put together a team representing OSMP staff from across the department, and we updated and expanded the trailhead classes. So now they define 2 classes of access point instead of 3, and they maintain those 3 classes of trailheads and 2 classes of ARFs. And kind of on the bottom right in the green are what we feel like we kind of gained from this expansion. We expanded the characteristics of each class beyond just usage and gave it some other factors. We listed all the total assets we might find at a trailhead, and we went from 10 all the way up to 76 unique assets, which we feel like captures everything related to trailhead infrastructure. And then that infrastructure listed reflects current standards. And we also added specialized and focused modules in addition to the standard module, which I will get into in a minute. Leah, if you want to go to the next screen. So this is kind of the process of how that might look, as Jared alluded to. We start with an OSMP property, whether it be a trailhead, access point, or ARF. That goes through some analysis, with human dimensions data, input from trailhead and trail staff and rangers, and then of course the planning guidance behind it all. And that leads us to define a class of a location. And as you can see there, I put at the bottom an example of a tier 1 trailhead, which is our least developed trailhead. And that's just kind of a screenshot from the document. And that would be the standard module. And that gives the defining characteristics, some examples, standard and optional assets, signage, and excluded infrastructure. And new in this document is some additional modules we wanted to have the option to add. And those are kind of represented by those icons up there. And those modules are accessibility, education, dog, bike, and horse. And if we go to the next slide, I will jump into how that looks. And so here's the Trailhead Class 1 site plan example. And please note this is an example and not an actual trailhead. This is just a fictional site plan example. And so this would be a trailhead class 1, and we'd have the defining characteristics listed there, and then we'd have the standard assets and minimum signage included. And you can see that all laid out in that diagram. Next slide, please. And this is where the modules come in. So we really wanted to be able to customize the infrastructure at each location. And that's what these modules allow us to do. So for example, in this site plan, if we wanted to add accessibility, education, dog or bike infrastructure, we can add that on with each module, and instead of lumping it all into one standard module. And the reason we want to kind of do that, say we have a trailhead such as this, which is a T1, the least developed style of trailhead, that means it would have pretty minimal, general infrastructure. But say that location sees a lot of bike or dog use or horse use or has a high education value, we wanted to be able to develop it further, for those types of infrastructure and not be tied just to one class. And so that's kind of how those modules work. I hope that makes sense. And I believe the entire document was included in your packet. If you're interested in diving deeper into those modules and add-ons, it's all in the packet, and I'd be happy to talk more with anybody about it if you have more questions. But I kind of wanted to just give a high-level overview of that update and why we did it and kind of how it went. And with that, I'll throw it back to Jared again.
Great, let's go to the next slide, Leah, real quick. So using the trailhead class system as the foundation, the trailhead group wanted to pursue a better understanding of the condition of our trailheads. And they're working on them daily, so they had a sense, but what we didn't have is a comparison with how we're doing compared to other agencies or just how we're doing in the greater world. As Ben will talk about, many of these trailheads were built 20 to 40 years ago when there were drastically different visitation levels. And since then, a lot has changed. There are new materials that have emerged, new design standards are available. And a lot of these were things that weren't available to the staff that was working hard to get these trailheads built back in an era when acquisition was oftentimes prioritized and resources were maybe more limited. So what I want to point out here is I think our predecessors at Open Space have done a phenomenal job, and they built trailheads that have served such an amazing purpose. But we now have so many new tools and new resources at our fingertips that I think it's worth revisiting the condition of our trailheads and seeing how we might be able to bring them up to a more industry standard at this point, knowing that we have different resources in our hands right now. Many of these trailheads that were built 20 to 40 years ago are well beyond the end of their life cycle. And because of this, it takes more maintenance just to keep these trailheads operational. And in the long term, we just, if we keep throwing more and more maintenance at these, at some point, we won't even be able to keep up and maintenance won't be able to keep them open or operational. So what they really need at this point, I believe at least, and what I think the data will tell you, is that they're in needing of updating at a foundational level. So they, rather than just continue to resurface something that's not draining well, we need to actually look at the subgrade and change the subgrades the trailhead can grade. So we're talking about that foundational level updates. And I believe we have an opportunity here to create welcoming gateways to our system that encourage respect and stewardship of the surrounding habitats, while also drastically reducing cost and maintenance time. So Ben's going to walk us through some of the trailhead condition.
Yeah, thanks, Jared. You can go to the next slide, please. So before I get into the specific results of these assessments, I kind of wanted to quickly go over the impetus and process just in a little more detail. Jared already touched on it, but trailhead staff recognized a need to prioritize work and estimate costs on our existing trailheads. And as he said, we also wanted to compare our trailheads to nearby peer agency trailheads, just for some perspective and of course possible innovation. So we looked for an unbiased expert to assess the condition of our trailheads. Next slide. And that led us to working with Confluent Design, which is a local firm that's worked on a lot of trailheads and trails in the area. So we felt they could provide, good perspective across agencies in the entire Front Range. And so we worked with them and developed an assessment form and identified areas of focus for these assessments. And we wanted them to focus on infrastructure condition and not maintenance condition. And what I mean by that is, take an outhouse, for example, we wanted them to focus on the condition of the building and its materials and not on how clean and well stocked it was, but the building itself. So the consultant assessed all 37 OSMP trailheads, and they also assessed 10 peer agency trailheads from 6 other agencies in the Front Range. Next slide. And now I'm gonna kind of go through, well, I think you might have to click again. There's one more action coming. Yeah, thank you. Sorry. So I'm going to go through some of these, the data that was resulted from these assessments. And you're going to see some charts and graphs that kind of look like this one here. And it's just important to note that in this rating system, 0 is best for scores and 4 is the worst for scores. So think of it like golf. You want a low score. So when you see a higher score in these, that's actually worse. In the categories I'm going to show you today are just some highlights from the report. I'm going to look at parking lots, fences and barriers, restrooms, accessibility, and then some overall scores for design, function, and appearance. And for each of those first 4 categories, there'll be subcategories where our trailheads and infrastructure were rated. And so let's jump right in with the next slide and look at parking lots. And this graph is comparing OSMP and PRHC trailhead parking lots. And on this, OSMP is represented in blue and the peer agencies are represented in gray for each of these categories. So as you can see, again, remembering that a higher score is worse, OSMP scored worse than peer agencies across the board. And that was most notable in the drainage and vehicular circulation categories. If you go to the next slide, I have a couple of pictures to represent that. On the left is one of our trailheads, Boulder Valley Ranch. You can kind of see from that standing water that, drainage is an ongoing issue there, which the report kind of got at. And you can see that's also a square corral style parking lot, which is not conducive to good traffic flow or vehicle circulation. And on the right is Howell Valley Ranch Trailhead from Boulder County Open Space. And you can see they kind of have one-way directional traffic flow throughout the trailhead parking lot design. They separated the horse trailer parking from the regular vehicles. And although you can't really see in that picture, they also have drainage design built in, which keeps that standing water from happening. Next slide. And then just looking at the overall condition of our parking lots, kind of irrespective of peer agencies, this chart kind of shows if you combine the poor and the fair rating for all our parking lots, that comes out to 62% of our trailheads that the consultant said were rated as in need of moderate or to significant repairs or maintenance. And it's important to note here when he says repairs or maintenance, as Jarrett mentioned, it's kind of foundational repairs or maintenance, not just throwing more material at the problem. Next slide, please. Next up, I want to look at fences and barriers, and you'll see a similar graph here. Again, OSMP is in blue, peer agencies are in gray. And again, across the board, we scored worse than our peer agencies. There's a couple categories there where the peer agencies did not have that style of fence. So that's why you don't see a score for them. Next slide. And again,
what is HTF?
Oh, that's high tension fencing. So that's where we run wire through the fencing to provide some tension. Yeah. So again, just a couple pictures to represent that. On the left is our trailhead 4 Mile Canyon Creek. And you can see that aged and weathered fence, and you can see it's sagging from being at the end of its life cycle. And on the right, you can see Devil's Backbone Trailhead, where they have a much newer, less weathered, aged fence. And it's important to note here on, in their trailhead, they also have that accessible path separating the fence from the parking lot, which protects it from vehicle damage. Whereas at 4 Mile on the left, there's no such barrier, so vehicles can drive right into that fence. And I can assure you they often do. And that helps to lead to that damage. And the consultant noted that, most of our poor scores and fences and barriers was because a lot of them were aged and weathered. Next slide. Again, just looking at the overall fences and barriers score, it was definitely better than parking lots, but still 37% were rated as in need of moderate to significant repairs or maintenance. Next slide. Next, let's look at restrooms. And again, you can see for all these subcategories, open space scored worse than our peer agencies across the board. And that was most significant in the building and visitor functionality categories. And sorry, I'll give you a second to look that over before I jump to the next slide. I think I may have gone too fast last time. Okay, probably jump to the next slide now. And again, just a couple pictures to represent that. On the left is our trailhead outhouse at Sawhill Ponds. And you can see that's an older, wood-sided building with a metal roof, and you can kind of see the age and the wear on that structure, which kind of led to some of those poor scores. And on the right is a newer, restroom at El Dorado Canyon State Park. That's a 100% concrete building, so it doesn't have the same effects of weight, age and wear and tear as a wood-sided and metal roof building would. And as a bonus, it's also fire resistant, being made of concrete. Next slide. And important to note, I'm not trying to be too doom and gloom here. So overall, our outhouses, only 43.2% were rated as in need of moderate to significant repairs or maintenance. And again, the consultant noted most of that was building, condition or building materials. Next slide. Yeah, let's look at accessibility real quick. And before I jump into these scores, I do want to define what we mean by accessibility in this context. And that's making our trailheads welcome to all users and meeting standards up to and including FSO-RAG, FSTAG, and ADA where possible. And just in case you don't know, FSO-RAG stands for the Forest Service Outdoor Recreation Accessibility Guidelines. FSTAG stands for the Forest Service Trail Accessibility Guidelines, and ADA is, of course, the American Disabilities Act. And so those are standards we try to live up to wherever possible and the conditions permit. So again, across the board, we scored, worse than peer agencies in this category. And this difference is a little more dramatic than some of the other categories. So this is one I really wanted to point out, and I think we have an opportunity to work on this. You can jump to the next slide. Just to kind of represent that, I'm going to, call out parking spots. As you may have noticed, we scored pretty poorly there. And a lot of that is because a lot of our ADA or accessible parking spots are like this at Dry Creek, where it's a road-based surface, where it's really hard to maintain accessibility standards on that surface as it wears and tears and is subject to drainage. And over at a peer agency trailhead, you can see they've installed a concrete pad for their ADA parking spot, which is very easy to maintain consistent standards and keep it up to that standard. Next slide, please. And again, just looking at the overall score, this one was pretty dramatic. If you combine the fair and the poor scores, that's 80% of our trailheads were in need of moderate to significant repairs, maintenance, or modification to meet the accessibility standards. And I think a lot of it had to do with that modification where we're not meeting those standards and we can show improvement on. Next slide. And then finally, this is just the overall score for all our trailheads and all the peer agency trailheads that were assessed in the design, functionality, and appearance category. So again, we scored worse than all of our peer agency trailheads in all three categories, which was a little, shocking to us. And I just want to call out a quote the consultant had here, where he says, "This can be attributed to the level of design and capital investment committed to some trailheads at peer agency locations, which in many cases are newer than many of OSMP's legacy trailheads." And that's kind of what Jarrett was getting at earlier. Next slide. Oh, go ahead.
Can we go back?
Sure.
So using the term functionality, what does that mean exactly?
I think functionality is like access to cars, access to peoples. If you were a user coming into that trailhead, how would it function for you? Would you find it easy to park, find the signage, find the trails, use the facilities, kind of all of that rolled into one, if that makes sense.
And when you use that term in conjunction with maintenance, what does that mean?
Sorry, what do you mean in conjunction?
Well, when you, the previous couple slides before this, was it maintenance functionality? And so what does that mean exactly?
I'm not sure what you're getting at there. Which slide were you talking about? Were you talking about how he said they're in need of moderate to significant repairs or maintenance?
Well, it was a slide that, I think it was 2 slides ago, that said maintenance functionality, visitor functionality.
Yeah, I took that to mean like how easy it is to maintain for the department.
Yes, exactly. I think maybe that was about the outhouses, perhaps. I believe those were some subcategories for the outhouses where he talked about how well they function for the visitor and then how well they functioned from a maintenance standpoint. How are they easy to maintain and clean, or are we constantly doing maintenance on them because of their design and their materials? And then as a visitor, how well do they function? Are they, are the materials reliable? Are they clean? Are they not moldy? Are they waiting, fading away and wearing? So I think that's what you're getting at, but correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that
Dave-
sounds good. Thanks.
Dave, like one good example of maintenance functionality is the concrete cast restrooms that Ben just showed. Those are very easy to power wash. So the functionality of the maintenance on that is great. A lot of the trailheads that we have either wood or plywood or some kind of MFD like manufactured inside, and that's very hard to power wash because it absorbs the moisture and it's more likely to get moldy. So I think that's when you talk about maintenance functionality, that would be a good example potentially.
Great, thanks.
Good question though. I like that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you can go to the next slide, please, Leah. So I just kind of wanted to talk about, our main takeaways and next steps based on these condition assessment reports. And briefly, again, just a quick quote from the consultant. He says, in conclusion, trailheads within the OSMP system are heavily used by a large number of visitors each year, and collectively their condition has deteriorated over time. And I do want to just reiterate what Jared said at the start of this section, where a lot of these OSMP trailheads were built at a time when the department was focused on land acquisition and was dedicating limited resources to building and designing trailheads. The focus was on simply providing a means for visitors to access the system. But now, as the department is shifting away from land acquisition, we believe we have an opportunity to develop and upgrade trailheads to provide long-term sustainability and functionality and meet industry standards. So the first next step we want to do based on these assessments is use them to create accurate and comprehensive cost estimates for replacing and standardizing all trailhead infrastructure. And as Jared mentioned, that's something we're actively working on now and look to complete those cost estimates sometime next year. And I'd be happy to provide an update to the board with more comprehensive cost estimates so you can get an idea of the scope of work we're talking about here in more detail. So once we've done that cost estimating, we want to incorporate those in the assessments with planning guidance, OSMP staff goals, and public needs to do a couple things. We want to prioritize short-term work, focusing on standardizing infrastructure, and also focusing on improving the areas where we can see the biggest difference quickly. And then we also want to prioritize long-term trailhead redesign and major upgrades, based on planning guidance, visitation levels, and all of that. And, that's probably looking 5, 10, 15, 20 years out. So we want to create that plan now and plan for the future now based on these reports. So with that, you can go to the next slide. I do want to share now some current and upcoming projects the Trailhead Group is working on that are kind of already addressing some of these issues I've just shown you through the condition assessments. And I'll go through these pretty quickly, but you can go to the next slide. So you just heard me talk a lot about standardization of infrastructure. And so here's an example of that. One place we're doing that is with recreational gates. So that the Trailheads Group took on the installation, maintenance, and standardization of recreational gates in 2020. And since then we've been looking for gate hardware that provides a consistent and functional experience for visitors and minimizes maintenance for staff. And so the pictures here show a self-closing gravity hinge that we recently searched for and found that we really like to be durable and functional. And we've started putting that in as a pilot throughout the system. And we're actually going to be working with a contractor in 2022 to start installing those all throughout the system on recreational gates, and looking to create that standard gate hardware so it's consistent and functional for the public. And this one will also minimize maintenance compared to some of the stuff we've had in the past. Next slide. Next up, I want to talk about Centennial Outhouse. So Centennial Outhouse is one of 2 outhouses installed on OSMP about 15 to 20 years ago. It was designed with a solar evaporative system, and we've had kind of issues with this system ever since. That design was built for low visitation area. The vault that it employs is much smaller than a standard outhouse vault, so it fills up really quick. And ideally, it would function well if it was a low visitation area where that solar evaporative system had time to remove some of that waste. But as you know, our visitation levels are pretty high, particularly at Centennial. So we've had a lot of issues with this outhouse. It's not a great experience for the public. There's unpleasant odors associated with that evaporative system. And from a maintenance perspective, it's been kind of a nightmare. We're constantly having to close it and fix it and work on that system. So we really wanted to replace that to provide a better experience for the public and, reduce staff maintenance time and costs. So on the left there is the current outhouse, and on the right is kind of a mock-up of the replacement we're going to be installing in 2022. And they may not look that different, but the one on the right is 100% concrete. So it's going to eliminate a lot of those maintenance issues. It's got a more traditional large storage vault, so we won't have to pump it as often, and it's going to be a better experience for the public and, drastically reduce maintenance costs as well. Next slide. Next up, I want to talk about 4 Mile Trailhead resurfacing. So 4 Mile Trailhead is one of our few paved parking lots, and that's because it's within city limits. So that's required by the city that it be paved. And as you can see from kind of these two pictures on the left, the asphalt surface is pretty clearly at the end of its life cycle. In that close up, you can see how it's eroding and cracking and chipping away. And even in that aerial overhead shot, you can see all the serious cracks running throughout the parking lot. So this was identified as a maintenance and operational need a few years ago, and recently we had some extra operational funds and the opportunity to resurface the parking lot. So we took that opportunity. And on the right, you can see while we're doing that, we gave the trailhead parking lot a very slight redesign. And I do want to note that this redesign still fits within the existing footprint of the parking lot. So we're minimizing any ecological concerns. And all we really did is just kind of flare out those corner parking spaces. And that's to kind of improve the pull in and back out angles for those people, parking there, and kind of improves the overall traffic flow throughout the trailhead. Also, while we're doing this, we're going to fix some subgrade drainage issues before we lay down the new surface. And that should hopefully help with some of that drainage problems that kind of led to a lot of the damage we see in the parking lot today. And so we already have a contractor under contract currently, and they're going to look to do this work in spring of 2022 when the weather permits. And we're excited to replace that parking lot and do a little improvement on the design while we're at it. Next slide. Next up, I'm going to talk about, excuse me, Chapman Drive trailhead redesign quickly. So the existing Chapman Drive trailhead, which you can see highlighted in yellow on the left side photo, was built as an interim trailhead in 2011 to provide access to Chapman Drive Trail when that was completed. And the West TSA gives us guidance to establish it as a fully built trailhead that complies with OSBT standards. So that's what we're looking to do here. And the other impetus for this is that the Boulder Creek Trail was recently completed, and that will now connect directly to this trailhead with a bridge across the creek. And so we wanted to redesign the trailhead and maximize how that trail connects to Chapman Drive Trail. So we're going to build, redesign this and build a pretty minimally developed trailhead. We don't view this as like a destination trailhead, but we wanted to upgrade it because right now it's just kind of a square lot that was built as an interim trailhead. So we're currently working with a design contractor on those designs, and we're looking to have those designs completed pretty soon, hopefully. And then in either 2022 or 2023, we'll go ahead with the construction. Next slide. Those are kind of some of the current ones. And lastly, Dowdy Draw trailhead redesign. So this was identified as a priority from ranger staff because they've been dealing with a lot of issues with the horse trailer parking at this location. And I'm under the impression that the board has been given an update on this sometime earlier in the year. So you may already be familiar with this one, but I'll try to be brief. But basically, it's just a minor redesign to address that issue with the horse trailer parking. Currently, the horse trailer parking is close to the trail access, so we're moving it farther from the trail access with this redesign to discourage people from parking there with regular vehicles during high use times. And this design also gives us the ability to gate off the horse trailer parking if we really need to secure that for those users. And then the only other thing we're changing in this design is moving the driveway a little farther west from where it currently exists. So now the traffic flow, you can enter the trailhead and the traffic will flow, nicely throughout the trailhead without crossing lanes or anything like that. This is currently in the permitting phase, and we're looking to complete this work in 2022 as well. Next slide, please. And looking forward to some projected future projects. The one I wanted to call out is the South Mesa Trailhead redesign. And this is something we've been looking to do, for a few years now, and kind of talking about those older legacy trailheads this is one of them, and it accesses iconic OSMP trails and sees really high visitation. And it's obviously one of our more popular locations for good reason. But it has a lot of underlying maintenance issues and aging infrastructure. So we want to address that with a possible redesign. And to give you an example, we grade and fix this parking lot probably 4 to 5 times every year. And we add over 100 tons of road base over the course of the year. And then because of the drainage and parking lot design, a lot of that ends up just draining into the creek or into the natural lands. And so we want to fix that, so we're not just throwing Band-Aid fixes at this parking lot year over year. And we'll also take the opportunity to redesign the trailhead overall so it works well for the staff and the public. And we currently have funds in 2022 to work on the design of this trailhead, and we have requested funds in 2023 for construction. And this is one we're pretty excited about doing it, since it's one of our legacy and most iconic trailheads. Next slide. And then finally, I just wanted to mention some farther out projected future projects. Wonderland Lake Trailhead redesign, that would be a part of the ISB for the entire area, the integrated site plan. And then Coyote and Horseshoe Trailheads, which are called for in the North TSA plan. And those are a little farther out, but those are ones we're also looking forward to as well. And with that, next slide, please. That is the end of my presentation, and open it up to any questions if you guys have any. And thanks again for giving me some time to talk about the Trailhead program. And I hope that helped illuminate kind of what we do and how we do it and some stuff we're working on.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Jarrett. I'll just say straight off the bat, I hope we gave these analyses to the other peer agencies so they can know how well they're doing.
We haven't yet, but they might like to see them, yeah.
Does anyone have questions for Ben and Jarrett? Karen.
I want to thank Jared for his leadership of the Trailhead group and the Trailhead staff specifically, because I really appreciate when I'm out on the trail and I happen to run into one of them, the kinds of interactions that I'm able to have with them. I find them to be not only very congenial members of the staff, but they're also informed not only about trailheads, but about the whole system. And they can really talk substantively about any part of the system, which I think is just a valuable asset for the trailhead staff. I also appreciate the concept of that has been repeated several times of the trailhead setting the tone for every visit and encouraging the respect and stewardship for the program and maintaining a strong connection to the natural landscapes. And I think the kinds of updates that you've been talking about, Ben, will certainly do that. What my questions are about has to do with the section of the packet that's labeled Trailhead Access Point Classification Update, October 2021. I was literally shocked when I came upon the bullets that show that grills, charcoal grills, are part of the optional assets for some trailheads, and I think for some trailheads they're not optional, they're standard assets. And I said to myself, why in the world would we want to put charcoal grills in our system at trailheads, given the huge fire hazard problems that we're trying to deal with?
It's a great question, Karen. I guess I want to start with the objective of the Trailhead Class project was not to decide on new assets that weren't part of the system. It was to capture what was already happening. And so we already have grills on our system at Flagstaff and a couple other places. And so the class system was meant to capture what was already there, not to decide whether or not we do or don't need grills. I think that that's something we would want to go through a public planning process to decide, or get input potentially from the board or other sources. So it wasn't the purview of Ben and I to go through and sit in a room and decide this is an asset we want, this is one we don't want. It was more, we wanted to capture what was happening on the ground, and in hopes that in conversations like this, things like this would be brought up, and then the department could evaluate whether or not that's something we want to have long-term or not. But it wasn't up to Ben and I to say yes or no to individual assets, because I think that would be naive of us to do that in an ivory
So
tower.
it's more of
without
an
it, but
inventory of what's
yes.
there.
Yes, that's a better way to look at it. And whether or not I personally agree with the grills or not, I think there has to be a bigger discussion on a department level as to whether grills or some of the other infrastructure should or should not be there.
Well, and in addition to the public, I think it's really important to hear from the land managers who are trying to manage our system and deal with wildfire risks.
Yeah, and Karen, just to jump in real quick, and I just wanted to let you know that in regards to those grills, those do get locked and closed anytime there's a fire ban on the system. So, you know, we're certainly aware of the danger of having charcoal grills on the system, and we try to make sure at high risk times we're not allowing people to use them. Sorry to jump in there.
And then the only other thing I can throw out there, Karen, is in some areas we've considered what some other agencies are doing, where they're putting in picnic tables that have extended sides and metal sheeting over them, which allows people to bring smaller stoves or something, which would be a substitute. And those are typically more allowed than charcoal grills, which have embers that last a longer period of time. So that is a substitute or a alternative that we've been at least considering and looking at.
Okay, thank you. And the other element that was listed in this inventory that I have a lot of questions about has to do with pollinator gardens. And the reason why I have so many questions about pollinator gardens at our trailheads is that the OSMP mission and the kind of tone we're trying to set is not about landscaping and establishing gardens. It's about understanding and appreciating the natural features and the natural resources on the land that exist there. And it seems to me that's an oxymoron with our mission. So I have lots of questions about pollinator boxes and how many there are and why they're being established and who approved that and where that idea comes from, because it just really seems to contradict the mission and the purpose of the open space and mountain park system.
Yeah, it's a good question, Karen. And I think perhaps the terminology is not correct on that. So the impetus of that, in my understanding, is there is the garden around the Ranger Cottage at Chautauqua, which is a native plant garden. And I believe the trailhead group, in seeing that, was interested in providing similar gardens or native landscapes at other trailheads to help educate people as they use our trailheads. And many of the trailheads are going to need drainage areas that have to be vegetated. And so I think the staff was interested in filling those with native plants and using them to educate the public. But Ben, maybe I don't know if you can speak any more to that, or we could also get Nick involved, who's been interested in that program for a while or developing that.
Yeah, the only thing I'll add is, yeah, these wouldn't be like pollinator boxes or landscape features, but as Jared alluded to, you know, a lot of our trailheads do have vegetated islands, you know, that are part of the drainage design, or just areas that, you know, we don't want road base and dirt. And the reason we're interested in pollinator gardens there is because a lot of those vegetated areas have simply become overgrown with invasives. And so this is an alternative, you know, we manage them, we install native pollinator plants only, and we kind of remove all the invasives, which are just spreading from that location anyway. And so, you know, if we have to have that vegetated space within a trailhead, we'd rather manage it and make it native plants, you know, that provide some sort of service to the ecology than just let it be overrun with invasives. So that's the only reason we're kind of interested in pollinator gardens. And again, maybe the terminology was wrong there, but that's what we're looking to do. We're not looking to, you know, heavily landscape anything and bring in non-native plants.
Thank you.
Michelle, I saw your hand earlier.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the comment about the grills and the fire safety, and that Jared and Ben, you weren't trying to actually go through that and make a judgment at this time, but more kind of take an inventory. I just also want to point out that with respect to grills and excuse me, and folks wanting to grill at a trailhead or a park or something, just have to keep in mind the cultural aspects of being able to grill in this beautiful place, particularly for a demographic of people who come from urban areas and want to be out in nature. So just keep that in mind.
Thanks, Michelle. And yeah, that's I think why we weren't making judgment calls. We were just inventorying and saying what's there. But yeah, so those are future discussions that we can have as a department.
And then Jared, I also want to say that I'm really bummed that you're leaving.
Me too, Michelle. I'm bittersweet.
But totally understand why you're doing. I'm glad you're not going too far away, but
Yeah.
definitely bummed. So I think you mentioned this a couple of times. When you are doing the redesign of some of the trailheads, that your main intention is to not, whenever possible, not expand the footprint. Is that an accurate statement? I mean, obviously we have to make those parking lots more safe and more accessible, the trailheads in general. But is that sort of at the forefront and when you're thinking about redesigning them?
Yeah, definitely. Where possible, we're not trying to expand footprints, and what I'm talking about with these assessment reports and kind of updating these trailheads is improving the design, in the underlying maintenance issues of drainage and in the parking lots and the fences. But no, we're not generally looking to expand the footprint. This is more about functionality and aesthetic.
Yeah, Michelle, I would add the only reason we would do that is if there was plan guidance that said so. So if we did an East TSA and it said to expand a parking lot, then we would do that. But that's a public planning process that's giving us the guidance to do so. On the flip side, the planning process could say shrink a trailhead and we would look at that. So what Ben's really trying to do is within the footprints, just update the trailheads as they exist, unless there's plan guidance that tells them to do otherwise.
Yep.
And the other question I have is when you mentioned gates, and within the scope of the Trailheads group, do you also oversee the gates within a trail, or is it just the gates that let you in and out of the actual trailhead?
No, we actually recently started managing all the recreational gates. So if it's on a trail and it's, provides access through the lands, we manage that. If it's agricultural only or something like that, we don't manage it. But if it's on a trail, the Trailhead group manages it. And partly that's because, we're more flexible than some other groups. We're kind of all over the system. So we have the ability to get out there and, install and maintain them more so than some other groups.
Like Flatiron Vista, do you manage those gates with, that ones that have those kind of scary cow crate things?
That's a great question. So the cattle guard crossings are actually run through the trails program. And so those are designed to be for bikes to cross more easily sections of fence. And those have gone through a couple of redesigns in the last couple of years. And then I think I can have the trails group speak more to this, but we think that those have hit a better design in the last couple of years. And yeah, they are a little scary to ride the first couple of times. We've even talked about having in some of our heavier bike use trailheads, practice ones that people can practice riding on. Because they do the first couple of times you hit them, it takes a little bit to understand how to go over them.
Oh yeah, I was just curious if you manage them, but to that end, my 9-year-old girl will try them and do them, and I'm
That's
like,
impressive.
No way.
That's impressive. We also have learned that there are smarter and less smart cows on the system, as we historically did not have to install boxes in the bottom, but there are some smart cows out there that learned they could walk through them, and so yeah, there are some ranchers that have smarter cows on the system and have caused us to change the design, I guess we'll say.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Great. I just want to jump in related to that topic of parking. I'm just personally glad to hear that we aren't looking at serious expansions. Certainly the zeitgeist in Boulder, everywhere else, is to be removing parking everywhere and whenever possible. And I think that's a game that the department has to play. We do need to encourage people to be riding to these trailheads increasingly. Really like that you're looking at enhancements to the bike racking, etc. One thing that does come up for me, this is a place where I can't think about Caroline's comments often on what we're doing in terms of carbon intensity. When you see people adding concrete and continuing to take more permanent structures, there is an amazing carbon investment in that. We're going to have to find places to put the old things, to recycle and get rid of them, cutting new fence posts, et cetera, et cetera. My point on that just is I find myself of the school of thought is there's got to be a nice balance. I don't support rip out and upgrade absolutely everything and make it bomb proof. Simultaneously, I do know that there are many places where things are actually legitimately in decay, and sort of just finding a pace over time that is sort of, I guess, respectful of those trade-offs, for me is just important. But then again, I'm a thrift shopper. I appreciate some weathered items and the wabi-sabi aesthetic. So I'll leave it off there.
That's great. I will also just real quick say that we are looking, like that is on our radar. We've been looking at bridge decking replacement, and we've been doing some small analysis to look at carbon footprints there, because if we're installing treated lumber every 3 years to replace bridge decking, and we could replace that with concrete, there's a higher upfront carbon cost, but there's also less of a cost of throwing treated lumber in the landfill every 3 years. And so similar to trailheads, it is an analysis. And if we're throwing out siding every couple of years to replace new siding because it gets weathered or wet and moldy, maybe there is less of a footprint. And then carbon offset is something we've looked at too, right? So maybe if we end up using these concrete cast restrooms, we end up doing some kind of planting to offset the carbon where possible around the trailhead or in the trailhead or in some of these areas. So yeah, very good point, Hal, that I think we're at least considering as a department and a group.
Just one more quick thing on that. The photographs of the accessible parking, this will probably just display how unsophisticated I am. But why is it preferable to have over gravel? Just help me understand why that's desirable.
Yeah,
Ben, you have that?
yeah, I can feel that one. I mean, I think that's an example to show, why they scored better. Again, I think as we've just been talking about, there's a balance there between the carbon footprint of concrete and, what we gain from having a concrete pad that's up to standard. But the reason that, it's better in a vacuum is, a concrete pad is going to maintain the right grade and a consistent surface for an accessible parking spot, whereas a road-based parking spot, if there's drainage, there's puddles, it gets muddy, it's not as smooth. So it doesn't meet as strict of standards as a concrete pad would. And that's basically what it comes down to is what standard we're trying to meet for that parking spot. And, it requires a lot less maintenance too. We constantly have to do maintenance on the dirt ADA parking spots to kind of try to keep them up to that standard.
Is that ensconced in the Forest Service guidelines you referenced?
Yes, I don't know if they call for specifically concrete surface, but they have standards for the grade and what surface type it is. Like, shouldn't be too coarse and rough, but I don't think the Forest Service is as strict as calling for concrete or asphalt, but I think maybe ADA is. I would have to look into those in more detail.
Yeah, that's correct, Ben. So ADA would typically call for concrete to get you from the parking spot to the restroom in most places. That's not to say that we have to follow ADA in all those situations. In some, it's a good idea, and some it may not be. And then the Forest Service ones that Ben was referring to, oftentimes it can be soft service, and there's more leeway in the grade and outslope that you're allowed to have in those situations. But those are oftentimes meant for a slightly more remote experience, not necessarily something right at a trailhead. So I think that's why you're seeing the current industry standard is shifting to have the accessible spaces be concrete, just because you can have that consistency. So you don't get in trouble where there's a big storm event and all of a sudden your accessible parking is not actually accessible.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, good question though.
Caroline.
Hey, thank you guys for the presentation, and congratulations, Jared, on your new position, and wish you all the best of luck with that. I think I just had a few clarifying questions. My first one is related to something that was said at the very beginning of the presentation when you showed the slide showing the Monday through Sunday kind of day-to-day working. You said on the weekends you merge with facilities. And I just want to, for my notes, make sure that I understand. Obviously, facilities is with the city and not with OSMP. Is that the official name of that department, or is there something more specific that we work with?
Sorry, I should have clarified there more. I meant OSMP's facilities group. So we have a work group in OSMP called Facilities that manages, vehicles, buildings, and structures like that, and also like rental buildings on our agricultural lands often, and they'll run into problems on weekends where there's a little issue with the water or the plumbing at one of those buildings, and they'll have to get called in and come in on their weekend to fix an issue. And because we have staff in on the weekends, we're going to start supporting them with those sort of emergent weekend issues. But yeah, just OSMP's facilities. Sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine. And then my next question is kind of for me to have a better understanding with our 37 trailheads and which ones, I don't know if you know this number right off the top of your head, which one of those are like within city limits versus outside of city limits? Is that number easy to?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but gosh, I think it's 4 Mile, which I referenced there up on Lee Hill Drive, Wonderland Lake on Broadway. I think those might be the only two. I'm not sure if Chautauqua is officially within the city limits or not, actually. Maybe Dan's nodding. So Chautauqua then, but that's about it off the top of my head. Most of ours are just outside or well beyond city limits.
Okay, so it was Chautauqua, Wonderland, and 4 Mile.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead, Jared.
I was going to say, what are the other ones? We should, Carolyn, before we commit, we should send you a list of that. We should look at that because the city limits are weird in some areas, and a lot of ours are right at the border of them. So it'd be good for us to send you a list that's accurate rather than,
Oh, I think Centennial Trailhead actually just became within city limits recently. So that would be another one. I'll double check that to make sure, but I believe that just happened a few years ago.
Okay, and then so for those, this was actually being discussed at last night's city council, which is why I'm bringing it up. So those would be the only, and then if there are give or take other ones, when you guys double check, those are the only ones where snow removal is done via the city.
Yeah, so go ahead, Jared.
No, you got go for it, Ben. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, we do snow removal at any of our trailhead parking lots that are paved, which are obviously those ones. There are also a lot of paved parking lots on Flagstaff. So we do snow removal as those as well. Gregory Canyon, Panorama Point, all the way up to Flagstaff Summit. Even though those are outside of city limits, they were paved back when they were built. So those also get snow removal, yes.
Okay, so then snow removal only happens at the paved.
Correct.
Okay.
And Carolyn, looking real quick, it looks like People's Crossing, Wonderland Lake. There's a couple others in there for sure that I'm just seeing as I scan real quick. So there are a couple more than that.
Okay. Cool.
And then for snow removal too, I'll just point out that we as a department, we do own sidewalks in certain places, and that's part of snow removal as well. So in addition to the plowing of the trailheads, the trailhead group does help with snow removal on sidewalks that open space owns.
And do we just remove the snow? Do we put down any salt or chemicals or anything like the city will do on streets? Do we put anything down, or just removal of snow?
Generally, no. We do have, it's not salt, it's a eco-friendly, like pet-friendly salt substitute we use at a couple locations like Chautauqua, where we have staircases mainly because those can be a safety hazard. But on sidewalks, we generally do not use salt, no, or any sort of material.
Okay. And then related to that, the only thing, and maybe there was a reason we didn't talk about it, because it's actually part of the trail as opposed to the trailhead. But is there anything that deals with muddy trails when we talk about like snow removal, or does this do anything with the muddy trails when we have those closures?
So the Muddy Trails program is run through the Trails group, but I will say that the Trail group oftentimes helps out because we sometimes close parts or access from trailheads when there is a muddy trail closure. But that program is typically run through the Trails group. So the Trail group would only be doing that in a support role where they might get asked to put a close, like to close a trailhead or to close an access point if they happen to be in the area. Is that kind of what you're asking, Carolyn?
Yeah, I think so. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing anything. And then on my notes here, I have trailheads versus access points, and that was all I was able to write. So I'm not even sure where that question was going.
I think Ben said this at the beginning, but I think one thing that's interesting there is, so we call trailheads, as Ben mentioned, an area where we have OSMP provided parking. And I think the challenge is there are some other agencies that don't use that same terminology. And we actually have some access points that see more visitation than some of our lower use trailheads. And so I think that's sometimes confusing to people because you can have a really high use access point. I'm trying to think of what a good example would be.
Shanahan, Lehigh.
Shanahan, Lehigh, maybe. And then you could also have a really lower use trailhead like White Rocks. And it's the parking that's the differentiating factor for why we call things a trailhead or not.
Okay, so anything that we call an access point will not have a standard parking lot.
Yeah, OSMP parking lot. That doesn't mean there's not public parking because there is a lot of street parking in public areas across the city and even the county, but it will not have OSMP parking. Yeah.
Okay, and then I think my final question, and Hal might have touched on it a little more, when we talk about like what to do to improve what the parking lots look like. The example that we used, we said that we were doing it 4 times a year, the 4 mile trailhead.
That was at South Mesa Trailhead. I was talking about that, I think.
Okay, sorry, I didn't have the page. Oh, here we are. Yes, requires grading and repairs 3 to 4 times annually. And this is one that is asphalt currently. Is that correct?
No, South Mesa is a road-based parking lot. And if I'm catching what you're talking about, I did mention we grade that and add road-based material to it 4 to 5 times a year because of its high use and because it's kind of at the bottom of a drainage area. So it just really struggles with drainage, and all the cars driving through it lead us to work on it that much.
And I just want you guys, if you would be so kind, because I don't know a lot about parking lots, what would be done, like right now when we look at how often repairs need to be done there and the cost of it, if you could wave a magic wand, if you will, and say this would improve that area because of its unique, being at the bottom of drainage or whatever, this would be something that would implement that would last a long time and not require the 3 to 4 times a year annual grading.
Sure. Like what would we do to fix that issue you're asking?
Yes.
In a perfect world. Yeah, I mean, the main thing is, so I'm not sure if you're super familiar with South Mesa, but there's kind of that long access road that leads to the parking lot. And tons of water drains down that road and sheets down that road, and then it all settles into the main parking lot area. And that leads to a lot of standing water because it just has nowhere to go from there. So the first thing we would do is, regrade that road because right now it's not graded properly so that it would drain to the side. So we would grade it to drain it to the side and install a drainage ditch down the side of the road that would eventually lead to a culvert and allow the water to drain naturally into the waterway. And then we would need to raise up the main parking lot itself a little bit because right now it's so old. No matter how much material we add, it's still kind of at this low point. So we'd want to raise that up so that the parking lot water could drain out of the parking lot into the vegetated areas naturally, and maybe even install like a water collection area in the middle of the parking lot if we felt like that was needed.
Okay, that makes sense. And is that design something that's pretty unique to South Mesa, or do you feel like there are a handful of parking lots that would require that type of implementation?
Yes and no. I think South Mesa is kind of unique because it has that long access road that drops down from the highway, so it really leads to a lot of water sheeting directly into the parking lot. But the parking lot itself, yes, a lot of our parking lots I think could stand that type of redesign, where they're just kind of at this low point and water can't drain naturally out of the parking lot into the vegetation. It all just sort of collects and sits in the parking lot surface, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you. That was very helpful for me. I appreciate that.
Sure. Dave.
Hey, thanks to both of you. That was very informative. And I do think it's been at least 10 years before we've had an update on the trailhead program. So that was really, really excellent, and I appreciate that. I don't have a question per se. I just wanted to just mention a concern that I have. And that is that we got to be cautious in that in our approach to trying to fix the disappointing results from our assessment on our trailhead conditions, that we focus on hardening the trailheads. And my feeling is kind of a minimalist feeling for years, and that is that trailheads, and I think you guys are seeing this, but trailheads should be as natural as they can. They shouldn't be so distinct from the surrounding area that, you know, they create a juxtaposition in people's minds. And so, you know, I think we ought to be very cautious on, you know, whether we, you know, pave or provide what I call other urban amenities, because they aren't developed parks. And I think the more we develop the trailheads, the more people's impression are that, you know, well, these areas are just more, you know, city parks. And that's the cautionary note, is that, and I think you've been saying that, we've got to find that balance between, you know, what needs to happen to make the trailheads really functional and attractive and receptive, but also not be so distinct from their surrounding that, you know, they're just kind of these isolated things that people have to get through in order to get where, you know, they're actually going. So that would be my only comment. I'm a little concerned, and I still don't know how to interpret the inventory versus classification nomenclature, but I am a little concerned about what appears to me to be a number of, you know, developed park amenities that seem to be in the optional categories for a number of these, or many actually, of the trailheads. And I would just urge once again that we very cautiously consider what's appropriate for a specific trailhead. But thanks again. It was very helpful. And I think that as I've noticed over many years, I think the trailhead program, the trails program has made giant strides, you know, in the last few years. So thanks very much for that.
Thanks, Dave. I think that's a well said comment, and something we, with the aesthetics, we're definitely considering. Yeah, that we want this to fit in with the landscape and support it. And I mean, one thing that was really interesting to me when I first got here is the trailhead group said if we can clean restrooms slightly more regularly, people take better care of them because they don't show up and there's not toilet paper on the floor. And so we get less people graffitiing and messing up the restroom. And I believe that to be true of our whole trailheads, that if we provide a clean, really good looking trailhead, that people are going to take care of not only the trailhead, but our system as they recreate. But at the same time, you want to balance that with, it needs to fit in with the natural landscape. So I think that was well said.
Great, thanks.
Well, I think we might be done. So Jared, I think that was a great farewell presentation on your behalf. Thank you so much for helping to coordinate putting this together. I think we've identified this as a long need that we had to wanting to bring this forward. So thanks for coordinating that. And Ben, I think this might have been your first time in front of the board and doing a presentation. So thank you for stepping up, and I'm sure we'll be seeing your face and hopefully in person, but at least on the screen in the future. So thanks to you both. That was great.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
Hal, I think we're back to turning things over to you.
Okay, here we are. Coming back to our agenda. We are a little behind, but I think we can work efficiently. Turning to matters from the board, we are going to review the letter which I crafted based on the board's feedback regarding Council's 2022 work plan. If people can pull that up. And Leah, if we could actually put that on screen, I think it would be helpful.
Hey, Hal, I'd like to channel Caroline here and ask for a bathroom break at some point soon.
Oh, okay. I think now would be the moment before we get into work. So why don't we take that now, and we'll come back in 5 minutes. Thanks for keeping me honest, gang. Back in 5.
Drink more water. It's good for the health.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We just went for a brief break, and we are returning to the Open Space Board of Trustees letter to the City Council Retreat Committee regarding the 22-23 work plan. I feel like I did a pretty good job of encapsulating our last conversation about what it was that we wanted to communicate. Karen, you did send me a couple comments, but the reading on MS Word came through garbled, and so I think we're better to, I couldn't really see the formatting, so I think we'll just pull it up on screen and start to talk about it. Yeah, and just knowing, Karen, that you had a couple things on your mind, why don't we start there?
Thank you, Hal, for doing this draft. I agree. I thought it was an excellent draft. There were just 2 places where I thought a bit of elaboration would be helpful to convey the ideas. The first is after the second sentence. OSBT encourages City Council to restore and support the Council Board Liaison Program used previously by former councils. And then I would suggest adding a phrase that says to provide a direct link between each board and council.
I am a little uncomfortable with that. I don't think it's our purview to speak for other boards. But I'm open to provide a direct link between our board and council, or.
Okay, that's fine.
And just so everyone knows, in the city council meeting last night, when they were discussing boards and commissions and having, I know we've talked about the difference between the liaison that city council appoints versus a little more in depth what we're talking about. But Tara is, as of now, that point of contact. So just so.
Oh, so they did appoint those for the boards last night?
Yes,
because when I read the council packet, I didn't see a list of that included our board.
It did not include specific boards. It included the encompassing 20 or so that there are total. And Tara was very excited to do it and said that that was her first choice to be on that particular committee, because they were, discussing various committees that they need to be on. So as of now, she is that person.
Yeah, that sort of relates to my comment, Karen. After watching a couple meetings ago when they went through all the quasi-governmental, you realize how many different things they're trying to cover. And I do think our board is maybe a little unique relative to the 20 other boards, and perhaps can get an individual for ourselves. And I just want to make sure we stay focused on that rather than asking them to maybe cover more ground.
Well, but if that appointment officially happened last night, maybe this sentence needs to be revised to say that we the appointment of a specific council liaison to OSBT.
If I could just chime in, I was just on the council meeting through the equity update, so I didn't stay up for this portion. But they've traditionally, over the last couple of years, has had a boards and commission committee, which usually has one or two council members on it. And primarily, they are responsible for if there's a vacancy to make sure how that vacancy gets filled. And that hasn't really been used to sort of provide more of that specific update or liaison role between a specific board and the council. So I'd want to just to circle back to see if Tara was appointed to the boards and commission committee or if they're doing something different.
No, Dan, what you said, it's exactly right. And the way that you said that they just kind of fill in if someone, you know, is absent or moves out of town or just kind of fills in those spots. It was said, Sarah Huntley from communications said that while this is typically a really lightweight appointment for city council, it will involve a bit more time because they are doing pretty much a completely new process for boards and commissions for the board's appointments. So they're doing things differently moving forward. So it will be a little bit more involved. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Did she really say it was a lightweight appointment?
That's because they said that typically pretty much what Dan said verbatim, you know, that the city council member that's there, you know, if there's a problem or an issue, you know, not kind of like what we're talking about, but a larger problem, that they will be the point of contact for that. Or again, like what Dan said, if they fill in the new seat, that kind of thing.
They didn't mean lightweight. What they do is quickly say, is this a heavy lift or light lift, to give whoever's going to raise their hand an idea of exactly what they're getting into. And it's about
everything's lightweight then. Raise your hands, folks.
If I could just make a suggestion, I think, Karen, what you suggested is fine, but I think it should read, rather than our board, it should read between the Open Space Board of Trustees and the City Council.
Agreed.
Friendly amendment maybe. Caroline's right. There's a lot of, I think there's going to be a lot of upcoming discussion on not necessarily doing things like we've always done them, but maybe wanted to do things. So you all might want to say to support the board or liaison program or similar, you know, to point to the fact that it doesn't have to be that exact thing that happened before, but the spirit here is sort of what you're after. I think it's fine the way it is, but you know, knowing that they're going to be looking at different ways of doing things.
Yeah, I'm okay leaving it how it is, simply, Dan, because if we add or other, it's going to break into 3 lines, and we're going to start getting past my 1-page requirement.
Yeah, that's good.
But thank you, Dave. Thank you, Karen. I think good to be explicit.
And I wondered why the next sentence wasn't just a continuation of that paragraph, because it's a supporting idea for the first sentence, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but Karen, I think it's worth just having that second sentence stand alone, just to be the kind of the focus, you know, of the rest of the letter.
Okay.
It also communicates we're feeling it's a little ad hoc, which I think is important that we're expressing. Other thoughts?
My only other suggestion was in the third bullet.
Yep.
To mention that this has to do with making policy decisions related to the city's climate goals, so that we mention climate to sort of ground what the carbon accounting system is about for people who aren't familiar with carbon accounting systems.
Okay. Yep. That makes sense. To will help inform better open space related policy making decisions and citywide climate goals.
Or just related policy decisions regarding. I'd eliminate the word making. Yeah, regarding citywide climate goals. Yeah, that's fine.
I'm fine with that too.
And that keeps it at 2 lines.
That's great.
Yeah, I think that sounds good. I would just offer the lead-in sentence that starts to illustrate up above before the bullets, Leo. Yeah, that one. I just think we ought to say key topics. You know, we don't need to say to illustrate, just say key topics include, or key topic, you know.
Okay.
These are key topics.
Sounds good to me.
To make it even less wordy, it would be 2022 to 2023 key topics include council liaison. If you just wanted to cut off a few more words, but otherwise it's fine like that.
I'm really kind of fine with whatever people would like to do there. What I do think is critical is that we're focusing in on a single ask, which is essentially for a human being who will support us. And we would like to keep it a little open, what we will have in that channel of communication. And we're showing what we think is going to be, but not turn it into a series of like, basically they asked for one thing from us and we gave them many. So that's hence why it says would likely engage, you know.
And then it would read, in my mind, it would read a little bit better if instead of the comma we see, delete the comma and say include the following.
Great. During key topics with the council. Yeah, this is great. Fine by me. Anything else? If we could close this up quick, we start moving forward. I'm happy to talk about more things, but if it's that easy, that's wonderful.
So that we get this into our what are they called? Action minutes. I move that we submit this letter on behalf of the board to council.
Great. I will second Karen's motion, and we'll start with Dave Kuntz.
Yes.
Caroline Miller. And Michelle Estrella.
Yes.
So great. We're unanimous on our communication to council on the 22-23 work plan. Thank you, everyone. Bringing us back to our matters from the board agenda. We are looking at the review and discuss OSBT feedback and recommendations to staff with regards to adaptive management. Where we left this off, Karen had introduced some thoughts to the board prior. She took commentary via email and suggestions via email from board members and is now returning to us with some revisions. So Karen, I will hand it over to you.
Thanks, Hal. That is a good introduction in my mind. And just for the public, this list came out of a discussion at our retreat. When was that? Beginning of November or beginning of
Late
October?
October 22nd, I think.
Thanks, Dave.
October 20th.
20th, right.
So does anybody have any additional concerns or suggestions?
Karen, I thought you did a great job and I appreciate you doing this hard work. I would like to, and you incorporated my feedback that I funneled through Dan. The one thing that I would like to request is that if we are going to try to memorialize this document, which I think we are, I would love to support it with an additional bullet point to the effect of under number one, and the last bullet point, either in addition to the last bullet point or another bullet point. But I'll just read what I had chicken scratched here. So we could go propose specific adjustments or remedial actions to be taken if standards and objectives are not met. I actually don't know what the right punctuation is, if it's a semicolon, which will be reevaluated if no longer applicable or necessary. In other words, saying that not all adaptive management steps will be needed in perpetuity, and we will revisit them. I'm thinking of, the example that we saw at Flagstaff that, we did in that case that rose to our board, and we agreed to revisit that in a year. Some of the things we won't see, and we won't be able to have a voice in making sure adjustments are reevaluated. So if they are not necessary, that we can also roll them back.
I think that makes a lot of sense, Michelle. If it's truly adaptive, it moves both ways. Is there specific language? I feel like, Karen, we'd like to work on this document as an open creature right now, correct?
Yeah, if we could do the same thing we did with the letter in the last item,
I
that'd
think
be
we
great.
should. It'd be nice to close some business. Yep. So we are, oh, beautiful. Look at that.
Yeah,
Is there any chance you could just bold for us what you're adding in, the new changes? Thank
right
you.
there. Yeah. And I might suggest will be reevaluated in the future if no longer necessary. That's the intent, right?
Yep.
At some
and really, it's kind of like once the desired conditions return.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Not that it becomes non-applicable. It would always presumably the problem is always there, or we're always focused on a certain condition. So I would suggest, which will be reevaluated in the future if desired outcomes are achieved. How does that work for you, Michelle?
Yeah, it could be that there, I guess I'm just gonna think out loud here. If desired outcomes are achieved, what if the specific adjustments, well, I guess to be taken if standards are and objectives are not met. Yeah, I mean, if those adjustments didn't actually do what we wanted them to do, and then we'll throw like additional adjustments. And in those cases, they weren't actually applicable, or those things just didn't work. Those specific actions.
So you're saying if desired outcomes are or are not achieved?
Are not achieved.
Well, both are or are not, right?
Right.
What if what if the proposed fix works fantastically well and goes past and allows us to lighten up on the regulation? Yeah. Does that make sense to people?
Yeah, I would suggest it being a separate bullet and start that bullet with reevaluate. in the future if desired outcomes are not achieved, or whatever we're going to say, so that it stands alone. It's a reevaluation, so it's a little different than the previous bullet.
I agree with that, Michelle. It
Yeah.
deserves its own full statement.
I agree with that. Thanks, Dave. So to reevaluate adjustments in the future.
Great.
That's all I had.
Thank you, Michelle. That was very concise. Anyone else with thoughts on their mind?
If not, I move the Open Space Board of Trustees provide these recommendations on adaptive management to staff.
And
as amended.
Before we take a vote, could I just ask one quick question? In 6, when we say an enduring template, do we need the word enduring? Why don't we just say a template? I don't know what an enduring template is, but
it's a good point.
but we do need a template.
Yep.
So I would make that as a friendly amendment.
Yep. I think that was I think that was mine, and I'm fine with it now that I look again. The point was because these projects may take place over longer periods of time and multiple boards, just that it's that the template is considered with due respect, essentially. But I agree with your writing that how I wrote it is bad.
Yeah, because the template in the future may change, slightly or not, and but we need a template.
Great.
Whatever that is.
Does Carolyn's motion have a second at this point?
I
seconded.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Great.
I
Thank you.
seconded. And accept the friendly amendment. Actually, it's not mine to accept. I think it's Caroline's to accept.
Yes, and I accept that.
I'll re-second.
Anything else? Great. Let's look to the roll, and we'll start with Dave Kuntz.
Yes.
Karen Holwig.
Yes.
And I myself also vote affirmatively. So we have a unanimous decision on these recommendations to staff. Just as a small note, I hope that the staff finds these helpful as just sort of philosophical guidelines. And Karen, deeply appreciate all the work you did looking at other agencies' thought processes and the general work nationwide on this topic. I certainly learned a lot in the process too, so thank you.
I agree. I think it'll be really good moving forward.
Wonderful. Now we are going to move back right around actually 9:30, where I suggested to the public we might be, that's amazing, to a follow-up on the December 1st, 2021 study session regarding the South Boulder Creek Flood Mitigation Project. The purpose of this matter under the board, matter for the board, is basically that the board felt that due to the technical nature of the presentation, time was needed to digest that information, think about it, and return with additional ideas. And so here we are with follow-ups and the additional thinking and thoughts that people had. I've seen some items that are in written form. Before we turn to those, I think we should do general questions among board members. Any other or just explicit commentary and thoughts that board members had about what they heard in the study session, and thoughts and or comments related to what was heard during the public comment period, which was almost exclusively on this topic. Dave.
I have a couple of things. We can certainly talk about the email that Caroline and I sent out with Dan's help later. But, what struck me on the whole groundwater modeling effort is the notion of the single year data point. And it struck me that we need to find out, I was going to say I'm hoping, but we need to find out if data are still being collected from the monitoring wells, because it strikes me that there will be at least 2 to 3 more years of data that we can use to inform the model or use however it needs to be used. And so I don't know why we're necessarily basing the model or restricting our analysis to a single year when in fact we can have the data, multi-year data, which will inform us probably far better than any model conceivably could. And it should be used in the model if we're still going to proceed with that. So that was one of my questions to utilities is, are we still monitoring the wells and collecting those data? And if not, then I think we should urge that we do. And the second thing is regarding the actually several US 36 underpasses and the status of those. And it struck me that we the city, hasn't really taken into account their function in the overall analysis. And I think it would warrant our emphasizing that we think there needs to be more analysis done on the role of those underpasses, whether they're used as water conveyance, which they will have to be because several of them are related to ditches. So it's not like, they're going to be blocked off entirely unless the ditches, are going to be blocked off entirely. And then the so-called wildlife underpasses, I think I mentioned last week during the meeting, is very bothersome to me because if there's no exit for wildlife on the other side of US 36, then it's just another death trap for wildlife. And I think it's misconstrued to call it a wildlife underpass when in fact it has no wildlife value whatsoever, unless it's can function in that capacity. And I don't see how it can if we're building a dam wall right there. It's just like the Jersey barrier, that separates the vehicle lanes on US 36. That's another, impediment to wildlife, and it's just a killing field. And so anyway, I think that we ought to emphasize that we need more analysis on what actually is happening functionally with all of the several underpasses as far as the flood mitigation project is concerned.
Thank you, Dave. All good thoughts. Karen.
I noticed that Don D'Amico is here, and in relationship to what Dave just said, I'd like to ask Don. My understanding is that the city has many years of monitoring well data for this area, and whether that has gone into the model or been provided to the utilities department or can be, or what the status of that is with this whole project.
Yeah, Karen, we have monitoring well data from about, I want to say 5 or 6 wells on the north side of US 36 in the Van Vliet North Field that we installed and monitored in, I think, for about 5 or 6 years in the 90s. We provided that data to Brandon and the consultants, and they did use that data in the in the modeling, or at least they used it in their, they put that groundwater data into their groundwater database. And so they have that data, and then those wells were also used as part of the groundwater study, and were monitored in 2000, I think 2019 and 2020.
So in your opinion, would they enable utilities to answer the question of whether 18-19 was an average year, a wet year, a dry year, an exceptional year?
Those data from the 90s could be correlated with stream flow and precipitation, just to see, and irrigation, although I'm not sure if we have very accurate irrigation records from back then. I can certainly ask Andy about that. But yeah, they can be used to loosely inform us about whether 2019 was a dry or a wet year. I mean, we know that now. We can use the same type of data, the precip data and stream flow data from South Boulder Creek, and just again get a qualitative understanding of whether 2019 was, kind of quote wet or dry or somewhere in between.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that's a reasonable ask. Thanks. The other comment that I want to make is I really appreciated the people who spoke during the public comment portion of our meeting tonight. And I was heartened by the fact that at least 2 people identified their areas of expertise. And I would hope that we could tap into that expertise, which I don't think is represented on the current OSBT membership, to give us additional perspectives and insights into both the modeling and the design.
And when I hear you say that, Karen, it feels to me like you're suggesting something more than the existing channels that exist for us to get feedback from our citizens. I mean, we learned quite a bit from a number of individuals in public comment. What I'm hearing you say is you don't think that the current framework we have for that commentary to flow back is adequate or enough.
Well, during the study session, I mentioned, and I think some others mentioned, but I couldn't vouch for that without rewatching the tape. I didn't feel like I had sufficient expertise to give an in-depth critique of the model. Just because I'm not a hydrologist and I don't do models of hydrology and groundwater. But I do feel very strongly about the importance of understanding the groundwater flow and what the groundwater conveyance system will have to do to sustain the existing hydrology after a flood wall is built. And so I was heartened by the fact that Gordon McCurry and Ray Bridge have looked at this from their perspectives as geologists and hydrologists, which are not my areas or any of the other board members' areas of expertise. And I don't think in 2 or 3 minutes we've plumbed the depths of their review. But I think they might be useful that's why I think Caroline asked for the 7 pages of review that Gordon has done. I think their review of the materials that were given to OSBT would be helpful in enabling us to make the decisions that we're supposed to be making on the model and the design. And Caroline, I don't want to try to put words in your mouth, but you might want to say something yourself.
No, I was actually going to say what you said, but more specifically, I've listened to Dr. Gordon McCurry give a presentation before, and I found it extremely insightful and helpful related to water. And I was going to say a lot more specifically that I would appreciate if he would be so kind to come and give our board a presentation on the 7 pages that he's providing to utilities. I think it would be immensely helpful. And I think that having the most information and objective understanding of what we're dealing with, because it weighs so heavily on the community, would be, you know, an absolute, a no-brainer in my opinion.
I appreciate that. I'm going to jump in here sort of in my role trying to facilitate these meetings and also acting as a liaison between staff and the board. I think at some point soon bringing up Dave and Caroline's and Dan's communication in the written form about both the concepts of exemplars and basically citizen engineering input is very important. What I'm going to say is that in my estimation, procedure is critical for us to think about here. I fear a situation where we cannot ask unpaid citizens to essentially be working alongside utilities staff, creating a situation where clear boundaries are not defined. On the other hand, I think Caroline's idea of if the board feels there's deep, important knowledge and would like to make a request or bring a community member with that knowledge for a presentation, that's a very productive and good thing. But I think they're two very different things, and I'm really fearful about us supporting the idea of a specific engineering board to work alongside the paid professionals that exist on staff, not only for this project, but for any precedent that might make, because in general, we, I think as a city, have to trust that we hire very talented engineers, third-party consultants, all these other people to do this work. And so I just think we want to tread carefully as we think about how the right way to receive that feedback is and what the right way to structure it looks like. Does that make sense to people?
Yeah, but I would say, I would argue that working alongside is not what at least I'm asking for. And I think that for many things, it would really be what you would call a second opinion. So I'm not saying that any expert in this field would come in and therefore work alongside utilities. But I think for our board and the decision that we have to make, if it is, you know, an expert in their field and reputable, and there isn't any person that disagrees with that person for whatever reason, that really could only benefit us.
Okay.
Step in a little bit, Hal. I just would like to contribute to this conversation. You know, we're Boulder, Colorado, with a world-class university in our town. We have some highly intelligent, highly skilled scientists in our community. Absolutely. And I don't know any of the folks who did speak up, but I'm sure they are highly skilled and highly intelligent. You know, my concern is that do we go down a second opinion, a third opinion? We've got lots of opinions because we've got lots of smart people, and we've got 6 opinions. Where does that end? And are we going to now have basically a public forum, a public input session where people are not given 3 minutes, but they're given 3 hours per presenter? And how is that really a fair public engagement process if we get to then select those folks that we will listen to, and to what end? So that's one point I want to make. The other point is, you know, we do have a lot of very smart people in our community who could be, and community members, but are, the word that you used, Caroline, is objective. And there are people who already have their opinions about this project. And, signing them up to be a citizen advisory board or a paid board is really just politicizing this issue even further. And so, it's a highly political issue. And saying that we're going to sign up an advisory board, paid or unpaid, is really just, adding more experts to a very expert staff that we have on board on both the utility side and the OSMP side. So, I have some serious reservations about where this conversation is going.
So I don't think that I'm saying advisory board, and I do hear you about public comment and how long to go, but for someone to give a presentation, the qualifications would be necessary, an expert in their field, a doctorate. No one's asking for just a regular community member, no matter how smart they are, to come in without the proper qualifications in order to do so. Someone that could apply for a job doing this and be, a candidate as opposed to just a lay person. And I do hear what you're saying with second opinion, third opinion, fourth opinion. But I guess my viewpoint is different in that I think that if all of those opinions are of expertise, it does nothing but give us a more informed position to which we can respond to. And I hear what the community members say when they say they've been paying their taxes for decades for this open space land, and it means a lot to them and it's very important to them. And I think
I think those are two really good points, Caroline, and delineating them I think is helpful. A lot of the commentary from the public had to do with our estimation of an interpretation of the city charter. And then other parts had to do with technical stuff related to underground water flow, which are two really wildly different tracks in my mind. And I've always been worried ever since I came onto this board that the fulsome discussion of what the charter meant relative to this project hadn't been centered early enough and often enough. But I do see it as different related to this issue of expertise and citizen feedback. I guess I really thought about this hard last night. One idea I wanted to bounce off people to see if it resonates at all is that staff was very clear, Don was very clear in the study session that the open space department's goal is to see no diminution of underground water flow due to this project. If that is the case, we really do need to see, as Karen says, an exemplar of somewhere in the world where that actually happens. Because frankly, it doesn't seem possible to my mind. I don't understand how certain amounts of the ground can be filled with concrete and the passageways that water move through it constricted without some loss. And I was also a bit surprised to hear that our estimation on an ecological level requires 100% flow through. Nonetheless, this is where we are. And so I feel like in the order of operations, really stepping up the pressure on finding some exemplars that do that might make sense. And then during those periods of time, really encouraging those members of the public who spoke tonight and others that we know of to escalate their written communications to this board. And they will know that those communications are going to be seriously considered and looked at. I don't think we can set up a situation where there's going to be interaction between those individuals and staff. It's really our role to be in that conversation. Anyway, those were just kind of my thoughts.
So Hal, I think you're right. It's a two-factor approach, and I'm not sensing that there's great disagreement amongst the board members on getting examples of, projects where, the similar situations occurred and kind of how successful they were in achieving the objectives. The concern that I have, and it's less related actually to the open space issues or the open space board, it's more to the utilities department, is that I think this groundwater conveyance system notion is unique. I think that it hasn't, and I am willing to be proved wrong, but we haven't seen any examples after referring and requesting them for many months. And so in its uniqueness, it just strikes me that if I were an engineer working for the utilities department, trying to design a system like this, I would really appreciate having, some other people take a look at whatever think that I'm designing and letting me know whether they think it's actually workable.
Can I challenge you just quickly on that, Dave? Because no matter how many engineers they are, the board will still need to decide if we're willing to risk threatened species on an engineering hypothesis that has no practical test in the world.
Well, yeah, but that's a step farther down the road. For me, it's like if the engineers say, yeah, we think this will work, then the board gets to decide whether we think that actually it'll work. But I think we are going to have to operate in ignorance unless we get, a breadth of opinion or direction or assistance in understanding, whatever's being proposed. And so from my perspective, it's less important for the Open Space Board initially to have this kind of expertise assistance as it is for the engineers or whoever's designing the system, because we want to know if people think it's going to function, and then we've got to decide whether in fact its functional capacity will do what we think needs to be done.
Okay, let me step quickly. Michelle, I saw you moving around. How on this topic of the exemplars and pushing for it, where do you come down on that?
I would love to have some exemplars as well. What I heard at the study session is that this situation is pretty unique, and not every and it's hard to find something that exactly functions like this.
Yep.
Now, I'm no scientist, but I believe it is unique. If we could get something close, that would be amazing.
Okay, so it feels to me, like Dave said, pretty unanimous with this board that we would like to amplify that push. And even if it just is to really have a final statement of, no, there actually is nothing else in the world we can show you that does something similar enough to this, then that's what it is. So that's great. And then that takes us back to this idea of sort of non-project team engineering consult, and what the best procedure and way for that to be integrated is for the preferences of this board.
I mean, I would ask for a study session where staff would not need to provide any information, and we could request a guest expert if they would be so kind to us to give us a presentation.
Okay.
And we would need to field all experts who are interested in this, with multiple opinions about this, or possibly like opinions that have already been formed. This whole idea that they're objective. And how do we choose them? Do we put out an RFP for, hey, we want everybody out here? I bet you there are 60 PhD geologists within a 1 mile radius of where I live.
Yeah.
Well, I am personally suggesting Dr. Gordon McCurry, and additionally from what he said tonight, we know that the work has already been done, so it could be done sooner. And again, I feel that anyone that the board would agree on would be a professional in that, even if it seemed like they had a opinion either way or another, what they present is just fact. I mean, it is what it is, whether it goes left, right, up, or down. Everything is backed by science and understanding and data. There's no like, hey, I feel this way. It's a professional.
Well, I'm not sure it's based on feelings. It's based on interpretation of data. And I'm not, again, I don't know Dr. McCurry at all. So this is not any sort of, personalization of him and his expertise. It's just giving, being an inclusive community where we can include people of different backgrounds and opinions, of course, of, scientific pedigree, but ensuring that we are, casting a wide net. And I'm not saying because you are part of this inner circle, we're going to dedicate several hours and give you the stage. I just don't think that's a proper public process, is to just pick someone.
I agree
My
with
opinion
that.
is that
Go ahead, Karen.
my opinion is that many of our city boards have used panels of experts to inform the board on various topics. And I don't think OSBT should be any different. I think in this case, we have a need to hear from experts and composing a panel that has the expertise to both, as Caroline has said, make presentations and to discuss the topic and to do Q&A with us, is a perfectly appropriate board function for gathering insights into information that we need to be dealing with.
I tend to agree with you on that, Karen. And Michelle, I think the reason why is this project internally is under such intense pressure at the city level. There is so much investment in it. There are so many people working on it that I think it is potentially the real bias engine that requires thinking about.
What word did you say? The real what, Hal?
Bias engine.
Bias engine. Thank you.
Just because it has so much momentum that hearing views that are circumspect adds value, because we spend a lot of airtime on hearing the views that says this thing's moving forward, this is how the process goes, and by the way, we'd like to update you on when the project is going to be completed. So I see the counterweighting. What I'd throw out as an offering of a solution, and frankly, it may or may not be me in this role, but whoever chairs this board going forward, is if people wanted to agree that perhaps 10 minutes of presentation, and whether or not it's at a study session or during a normal meeting, time can be made on the schedule, especially 10 minutes where individuals have pre-qualified themselves through a presentation to the basically providing written information to the board chair to say, hey, this is what I'd like to present. And then saying, this meets the quality standards of the convened board and staff's time. And then basically granting people those audiences that the board wants to see. I don't see a big problem on that. I do think that people, I do think that this board really wants to consider the open nature of the resolution, its non-complete status, the fact that there is not a conditional disposal, and whether we really want to go down a year's worth of technical detail without talking about those issues again. That worries me, because I just see the weight of momentum only being that much stronger 1 year out. So, it's I think, and that returns me to the idea of, if 100% flow through is the ecological requirement, I think exemplars that are at least somewhat related are necessary. And frankly, I'm not sure if I'd be willing to bet threatened species on an engineering hypothesis. And so, but I'm, you know, I have sometimes less problems, I guess, being direct about how I see it.
It's still a two approach situation. One is whether the efficacy of the model, the groundwater model, whether we think that it accurately captures and can predict what will happen with groundwater in the future. The second thing, though, is what I keep saying, is that we need a proposal. We need an actually designed project to critique. And that is a second factor. And so there's no point in having all sorts of experts come in front of the Open Space Board if there's no project being designed or proposed. We need to know both whether the model we think works, and secondly, whether whatever is designed for the project will work. And we need an expert opinions in both of those situations. And so I don't know that the Open Space Board, other than saying that's what we need, needs to spend a whole lot of time trying to figure it out. It's like, well, you know, either we get it or we don't. And if we don't, then we go back. Yeah, we go back to the resolution that we approved.
Shall we, in order to add transparency and move somewhere, I might recommend that we bring Caroline, Dave, and Dan's written language. Am I wrong-headed in thinking that? Do we want to look at that as a group tonight?
Just to clarify, that was from Dave and Caroline. I was distributor of it.
Dan's gonna disassociate himself from that.
No. And as long as I'm speaking, I would just say, you know, I think just in terms of where to go, there's ideas out here. I think the audience here is utility staff who are the lead on the project, and what additional guidance and information and requests you have for them, and to allow them an opportunity to come back to you and respond to them, rather than, I think right now, trying to come up with what the solution they should respond to you with. I would say get your questions down, get your desires down in writing, and allow the lead project staff to come back to you and respond.
And that's what I believe Dave and Caroline's written language does, and why we should bring it up. And Dan, luckily we don't have to tell them what to come back with, because the staff was so clear that 100% flow through is what we're looking for. So let's pull that up.
Do you have that, Leah? Can you pull that up?
Thank you.
Dave and Caroline, when did that get sent out? Have we given people adequate chance to respond?
It was sent out yesterday to the board.
Yesterday morning.
Oh, so it didn't go to Dan. It didn't go to Dan and Joe. I couldn't tell if it had already.
Oh, no, yeah, it went to Dan and Joe. Right.
Yeah, Dan forwarded the draft from Caroline and Dave, right?
On Monday.
It went to Dan and Joe on Monday. Today's Wednesday, so they've already seen it. And
it went to myself and Joe, and I felt it was a matter that the full board ought to be aware of, and then forward it out to all of you.
Okay, can I make a request in my purview? I'm a little uncomfortable looking at email communications in this setting. Can we please copy and paste and lift the core information from our trustees out of the email and into a Word document? Sorry to just, I just don't think it's a good habit for us to get into monitoring correspondence in these meetings.
While you're doing that, Leah, let me just say briefly, the purpose of the email from Caroline and me was to try to capture some of the essence of the conversation from the study session and convey that to the project team so that they could focus on answering the questions and kind of as they're coming and preparing for what Brandon termed the final presentation in a couple of months, that this would be some guidance for them as far as what the board would like to hear when we meet next. It's probably not, it isn't exhaustive or all inclusive, but we try to focus on the groundwater conveyance issue. There may be some other things that the board wants to make sure that are in the record as well, but our original intent was to primarily focus on the groundwater situation, which was the bulk.
Could we give Joe and the utilities department a chance to respond, and then Dan, you could let us know what those responses are? And then if people do have additional questions, they can also form them independently and funnel those through you. So we can understand that that additional questions have been posed.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the other thing, Michelle, to consider is if this letter is going to spurn additional letters from Karen, and then Hal's going to send a letter and you're going to send a letter, my only response would be is if anybody has any additional things that they're going to ask independently anyway, if there's a way to do it more comprehensively, that might be easier for utility staff to address rather than having separate emails trickle in over time.
That's my impression of what we were doing now. I didn't understand. I thought that, Dan, you were circulating this draft from Caroline and Dave to the whole board to see whether there was board support for it before it was sent. But now I'm getting the impression that it was already sent. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, the way I read the email into me is Dear Dan and Joe. And so I felt like, it needed to go to Joe as well.
So the way I read this,
it wasn't a draft to the board. I thought it was a draft to the board that would eventually be Dear Dan and Joe.
So the way I read this, and forgive me, Karen, it is complex, is that there was a series of just plain Jane questions that were seeking answers. And then there was the issue of exemplars and community engineering that were being held out as possibilities for a board recommendation. Is that a fair characterization, Dave and Caroline?
Yes.
So what I believe we would like to be doing now is not covering the so-called plain run-of-the-mill questions, but looking at the language that is specifically regarding the exemplars and community engineering to try and find out what this board's consensus, non-consensus, or otherwise feelings on that are. Am I wrong about that as the thrust of what we're trying to do? And this matters from the board.
Yeah, what our intent was to get this to the flood mitigation project team as a beginning conversation on here are some of the takeaways from the study session. It was meant to spur other folks to think about, did this capture what you thought was important, or are there some other things that need to be included as well? But this was intended to provide some guidance and feedback to the principals, Dan and Joe, of the project team on outcomes from the study session. And then there
from you and Caroline, right?
Caroline and me, right?
Yeah, and that's within anybody's purview to do. I think the question now is, are we seeking something more formal, a recommendation from the full body?
And so if if the board agrees to that, I drafted a motion that Leah can pull up and you can take a look at it and see if it suffices for that.
Forgive me, that was what I anticipated we were going to be looking at. I'm sorry for the miscommunication.
Well, we will look at that shortly.
Okay, thank you very much.
So the first part of this motion refers to the questions, some of which Caroline and I enumerated. The second part then speaks to the groundwater system situation specifically, and is the need for exemplars and expert review.
Okay. On the first part, I would say we have to be a little bit more specific about which questions, so that just because I think they're going to respond to those questions regardless of any recommendation. But if we're going to formalize it, we need to be specific about it.
Yeah, or reference it. I just didn't think we ought to reiterate the email, the content of the email in the motion. But if the board thinks we should, then we can, or we can reference it somehow. So the motion is a little cleaner and briefer. Either way. Or not.
I leave it to others. In my opinion, we're going to get answers to the questions that this board has asked. They're thoughtful, good questions. I don't think a recommendation will be required to get satisfactory answers. So I would focus the recommendation in on the second part, which is going to go to what I think is the central business.
Unless someone is, really opposed to it, I think that just due to the nature of the project, and we've been given lists before that review and highlight years past motions related to this topic on different elements of it as we move through, that just being as concise as possible, knowing that there will probably be another spreadsheet down the road where as much specificity as possible could be helpful to anyone viewing or reviewing past motions from our board compared to others.
Yeah, it's just a technical issue. We can either enumerate the questions in the motion. I don't think you want to make motions that are referencing emails.
Yeah.
Because then it's not a board recommendation. You know what I mean? It's.
Yeah.
Could we give the questions a title? Could we just label the document?
I humbly ask you to consider my view that we will get answers to those questions, and to focus in on the second parts of what you asked, which I think are more substantive. And I mean, Dan, you agree that we're likely to see answers to those questions, correct?
Well, I can tell you that from the study session, even when open space staff started to ask questions to utility staff prior to we started running a list of questions, and there's a staff spreadsheet with questions that we then populated with questions that came up at the study session. So I know utility staff has already a system for collecting the questions that came out of the study session. If there's subsequent questions that didn't come out of that study session, they wouldn't be privy to that. But
Are all of Dave and Caroline's questions in your document now?
I would, I haven't, in the past 24 hours, I haven't compared that, and I'm not the keeper of that spreadsheet. That's in Joe and Brandon's hands. But I mean, certainly an email came in from 2 board members with questions to staff. So it wouldn't be something that staff would just bury those list of questions and not respond. So
Great.
fully expect them to become part of
Yeah.
the running list.
Great. So there's one other option. I feel like we could reference staff's study session follow-up questions, or staff's staff's collection of both staff and board follow-up questions. If you wanted to reference that, I feel like that's workable.
That's fine with me if we can craft some language real quickly.
Great. Let's shorten that down and go to something similar to that.
And is there a preference on the questions being answered in a particular way? I don't know if staff prefers to do a full-blown presentation, or if they prefer to have written answers, or I don't know. Dan, if you have any insight into what might be the most efficient.
I haven't had a chance to circle back with utility staff on sort of the next steps of providing the responses, the timeline for that, and how they would like to come back, in what fashion and form to respond.
I feel pretty certain we're likely to get a written memo, and quite likely to also have some presentation alongside. I just feel like these are things we do on many topics all the time. So I feel good about it.
Yeah. That's totally fine. I didn't know if this is such a kind of a living thing, if we said we require like the time during a meeting, or if they wanted to answer the questions prior to the holidays and there wouldn't be a meeting, but they wanted to send it out to us, that we would be okay with that too. Just to give them more flexibility and options if that was somehow helpful.
Why don't I have an opportunity to circle back with Joe and get a sense for, the formatting for how they like to come back with responses and timeline. And I just don't want to speak for them.
Yeah. And frankly, we're asking, we know to be direct, we know there is an actual preliminary 30% project design presentation. If the answers come back during that, is that satisfactory? In my mind, it is. In the packet for that meeting, in the presentation, however the utilities department sees fit. Is that okay with people? And that's what the motion language actually says. As part of the completion of the preliminary 30% project design, the mitigation project team to provide answers to questions both staff and the board compiled after the December 1st, 2021 study session period.
That sounds good to me.
The next 3 sentences, Dave, do we still need that, or should we go to more of the substantive stuff in part 2?
I think we ought to delete those, and then we can delete in addition as well and start the next paragraph with given.
Great.
And Leah, while you're doing that, down several lines, I see that rather than experts, it says exerts. So the line, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, right there. Yeah.
Okay. For the ease of editing, can I ask a favor? Can we put a carriage return to separate item 1 and then a carriage return to separate item 2, so we can visually work on those? So just kind of, give me a couple of returns. Yeah. Perfect. Can you even do one more, just total separation? That's great. Appreciate it. Okay, so on the first thing related to the uncertainty and the history, et cetera, the first recommendation being lifted here or suggested here is what we call exemplars.
Yes.
And I feel like the thing that we should try to get across as a board is we understand that they have been unable to find something that's the same and that it's unique. But basically that we would like to be presented with whatever can be found that is closest, no matter how far away it is. So we know exactly how untested this type of technology, so to speak, might be. Is that right, Dave, basically?
Yes.
So how should we restructure that to say, the project team present exemplars of underground or groundwater conveyance systems, regardless of of similarity. Any exemplars.
No,
No,
Leah, this is
no,
after
Leah
the
said
number
it's
one.
under number one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right down there. Right.
Just start the number after number one, with the word present.
Yeah. To present
exemplars.
Exemplars.
How about examples?
Yeah, I just love that. Karen came up with that. I liked it.
That sounds like a Shriner, you know?
To present examples of underwater, of groundwater conveyance systems, excuse me, yeah.
I think you have to have design for similar situations.
Yeah, or most similar to the South Boulder Creek situation, regardless of how dissimilar that may be.
You can't say similar and dissimilar in the same sentence.
No, you're right. To present examples of groundwater conveyance systems most similar to the South Boulder Creek proposed project.
Should we,
regardless of how directly.
I would stop you and not go into regardless.
most similar and
Check period.
Okay.
Current, just in the hopes that perhaps something would give us insight to climate change and all of these future uncertainties, as opposed to something that might be similar, but it's 50 years old, where that wasn't taken into account as much as hopefully a more current project would be.
Well, I think for any example that they come up with, there are going to be lots of variables.
Right.
And what the criteria is most similar to the South Boulder Creek proposed project.
Fine.
And I also trust they'll work hard to find whatever is most similar, because
Leah, I think we ought to put the proposed flood mitigation project on that second line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we're all clear on what project we're talking about.
Okay, and then I would recommend we delete the rest of it, frankly, and include including any success results those projects have published. You know what I mean?
Well, I think the things that we want to know about them are specified in the email that already went to Joe, which is things like their longevity and their functioning and the kind of monitoring data they've produced and the maintenance needs that they've required.
Well, I agree, but I think you're missing the biggest thing, which is there was a certain amount of underground water flow before the system was built, and how much was there after? Basically, how much groundwater conveyance did it successfully provide?
Okay.
So I would think of that. The point is that just seeing schematics or pictures isn't what we're after. We're after the lived experience of, you are trying to transport groundwater. Were you able to or not?
It's so it's success in providing the same conveyance of groundwater pre-project.
Yep. Most similar to the SBC proposed flood mitigation project, and its success meeting those groundwater conveyance goals, or meeting its those examples groundwater conveyance goals.
Meeting the goal of not changing the groundwater hydrology.
Yeah. Of not meeting the goal of not changing.
Of maintaining the existing hydrology.
Yeah.
Of maintaining the pre-project hydrology.
That works fine for me. Sorry, we're lighting you up here.
That's okay. I would have maybe someone just read that full sentence.
Okay.
And I start with and its success. And its success in maintaining the pre-project hydrology.
There it is. Nice work, Karen. Okay. Now, my personal assessment, based on everything I've heard, is that we're kind of all on the same page for the first 3 paragraphs. Where we start to run amok and we have a little friction here is on number 2, because this recommendation, assemble a group, this is a recommendation to staff. This is asking them to go out and identify who the qualified experts are, et cetera, et cetera. And in point of fact, they've very much done that. They have not only their own team, but teams of consultants. They have, without a doubt, assembled a group of qualified experts in the field of groundwater hydrology. What we're really talking about is integrating our own expertise in the community about this. And I don't believe we're asking them to increase the size of their team or add to their team. Help me flesh out where we want to go here.
Can I ask a question before we go there? Who is the audience of this? Is it a recommendation to staff? Is it a recommendation to utilities?
To utilities staff, yeah.
Because I don't know that either really has the authority to do that. That's really a recommendation to council.
Well, I would say for the wording for that, allow OSBT the discretion.
I don't think OSBT has the discretion to do that.
Of engaging with
To do what exactly?
To do number 2.
I tend to kind of agree. But I do think we have the discretion to do a lot of things that achieve the same goals that are being sought here.
So
I
Michelle,
recently watched a board meeting, a meeting of the Cannabis Advisory Board, and they had an expert panel that they had assembled of people who had experience in having, I can't remember what the things are called, the equivalent of bars for drinking alcohol, but of lounges for consuming pot. And they had a panel of 4 or 5 people that spoke directly to the board. And so I mean, I've seen situations where boards have done that.
And that's I totally agree, and I think that's possible. And I think I'm trying to make this point of I don't think this next piece is part of this recommendation. I think this is something we do ourselves as a board at our own discretion. It's that basically it's not a recommendation to staff. It's a series of invitations that this board, through whoever is presiding, agendas and provides invitations for.
Yeah, and it's in the document that we just approved recently about how this board functions. The chair can invite experts and assemble panels, right?
Correct. And so I would say number 2 just basically doesn't belong here, and that we take our own track on the idea of bringing presentations, how much time, who, as our own work, and we don't waste staff's time really with it. They will obviously be seeing it, hearing it, but not assembling it.
I'm fine with that. Michelle, I do think that we have certainly the discretion and authority to do whatever we want. We can assemble any kind of group if we want for advice or opinion. And so I don't have a problem with that. This was intended to be, this motion is intended to be to the utilities department or staff, the project team. And so it's not intended for council. And so we shouldn't think that the language should refer to any kind of council consideration. This is basically what we were trying to tell the utilities department, is that we think that we need a broader review and critique of whatever the design of the groundwater conveyance system is. And yeah, they can hire consultants till the cows come home, but the fact of the matter is that the board wants to make sure that whatever is being agreed on as the system will work. And we don't have that expertise. And so we can depend on the utilities department, or we can depend on a broader review of, other experts, or both.
Dude, that's my question. Is you said a broader review of experts and inviting speakers, I think, is kind of what Hal is saying that we could do as a board, or the board chair. But what I read out of this is, we're, and maybe I'm just not, I'm not sitting with the exact words long enough to be like assembling a group of qualified experts, prior to final project approval. That makes me think that to review and critique the design and functionality. I mean, it makes me think that this group is not a one-off or a series of experts who are invited to come speak for 5 minutes on their topic, but this is a panel of experts that are getting appointed, who have to be assembled and organize and discuss prior to the project being approved. I don't think, we approve the disposal, we don't approve the actual project. So that's why I was wondering what the OSBT, so I think it seems like we're talking about two things. Hal's talking about one path, and this as written sounds like a whole different path. And that's why I made the comment of, I don't think OSBT has the authority to do that.
I agree with you, Michelle. And basically, I also think this doesn't achieve the actual intended goals of the board, because the intended goal is there already is a wonderful group of qualified experts. They're the primary people on our utilities staff who are working so hard to do this. That's the primary group. What this board is interested in is qualified experts who are not on the city's payroll looking at it. it's the independence of the review that is, I think, interesting to the board. And so that's why number 2 doesn't work for me at all. But hear me out for a moment. I think we're really on the way to something good. We've decided that we can certainly panel ourselves and avail ourselves of that kind of independent expertise. And we do that not in this recommendation, but in the normal course of business. And even though that leaves the rest of this recommendation looking a little sparse, I'd argue that it's actually brilliant and critical, because seeing these exemplars at the 30% project design allows us to know at that moment if this is totally a hypothesis or if this is actually practiced on the ground. And at that 30% moment, that's a much better time to know that than 60%, 70, 90. And I think that that's a very important point that it makes, I guess.
Yeah, I think doing it prior, Michelle, you said that you were concerned about it being done prior to approval. I think that it's actually in the interest of the city of Boulder to be able to do this, because the overall goal would be to gain consensus on what is actually happening with the system that is trying to be implemented.
That's exactly right. And Hal, you may be right, this may be overreaching, and so that's fine.
Can I attempt to work on it real quickly?
Sure. Let me, while you're thinking about it though, let me just say that, Michelle, the open space department appoints all sorts of working. We had the prairie dog working group. We had the community group on trail study areas. We appoint groups, community groups, all of the time. And so it's not that we the board or we the department can't do that. We can certainly do it. It's whether in fact this vehicle is the place to have that done. And I'm okay if the board thinks that, no, we can do it, or we'll do something else. That's fine. All we were trying to do, I think Caroline and I were to make sure that we don't lose outcomes from the study session, so that the utilities department has some idea of what's important for the open space board going ahead.
Can I ask you about that, Dave? When you say that we do that, we appoint community groups all the time, I'm kind of thinking about the West TSA process, in which there was an entire process where we said, okay, we want to have representatives from the rec community, we want to have representatives from the environmental community, we want to have, and then there was this whole process of like what that representation looked like. And I don't know whether that was driven by staff or whether that was driven by city council, but I don't think it was driven by OSBT in terms of designing the structure and specifically appointing the individuals to be the representatives. So I think that's the difference between what you just said, Dave, and what I understood to have happened in these community groups.
No, that's true, but the board could have done the same thing, and it was messy, and whether it worked effectively or not are questions, but the board could have done that in its capacity as well.
I certainly have heard reports from long-served prior council people that there was an era of time where this went on regularly at the city council level, and it functioned very well when people were brought in based on the quality of their information, objectivity, and analysis, and that it was not a political phenomenon. I believe this board has the grace to conduct those similar types of interviews, work, presentations, etc. And frankly, that it's a very valuable tool in the city of Boulder, which has more PhDs than any other place per capita in the world.
And I would just point out that what you just described, Hal, is different than a multifaceted citizen participation West TSA group.
Correct.
So
it's not a political.
I just want to make sure we're not
I do.
Saying that those two things are the same. They're very different kinds of functions and compositions.
Yes, this would not be community input. This would be people who had qualifications highly unique to this unique situation, who we collectively, this board, or at least a majority of us, felt would be beneficial.
And that's, I think, all this is intended to try to accomplish. And so we can do it any way we think is appropriate.
Great. Leah, why don't you remove all of section 2, please? And then let's remove the number 1 and actually combine this into a single paragraph.
And eliminate the 2 right there where your cursor is. Yeah, thanks.
And then my only recommendation to my other board members is maybe just finishing with a sentence saying, we feel these, or the board believes these examples must be presented at the 30% stage and no later. Or something to that effect. Or the board recommends these examples, perhaps not believes.
We could just say, to be most effective, these examples.
No, I think it's just a standalone sentence like Hal said. I wouldn't add any phraseology to it.
Let's go, the board recommends instead of believes.
Yeah, I'd put a period after 30% stage and leave it at that.
Yep.
Okay.
I think the word must can't stick in there now. The board recommends these examples be presented.
Yep, that's fine.
Al, just one on the first paragraph, if I could just a friendly amendment. That the third sentence, answers to questions both staff and the board asked and compiled during and after the December study session.
Great.
During and after, both during and after.
I can take it or leave it, but just for flexibility, for our last sentence, be presented at the 30% stage or earlier. I don't know if that would somehow be helpful to them to give that to us prior to that being done, if they wanted feedback before giving us the 30%. But if we want to leave it as
that works fine for me. If it's earlier, that's wonderful. I just think this board will really want to think about the levels of cost being incurred and understanding whether it's fully hypothetical or somewhat tested. I just see that as a huge difference.
At the last line of the second paragraph, we've said present examples. So it should be and their success in maintaining the pre-project hydrology instead of its.
Nice eye.
All right, Karen, can you just say that again?
Right there where your cursor is, eliminate its and put in there.
Dave or Caroline, you are very friendly to allow us to work on this. How do you both feel? I think that's central.
should it say success or results? Because what if they can't find a study that is successful? We just want to know what happens at the end of it.
I would, it's your and Dave's motion. I'm fine with that.
I think it could, if it's only 50% successful,
Right.
that's a measure of the degree of success, right?
I think it's okay. If it's unsuccessful, that's the success that it achieved.
My only question on at the end of this second paragraph here is whether we want to know anything about the maintenance that system required.
Well, I think we'll want to know a whole bunch of things about this system.
Yeah, I think keeping this simple about we'd like to see the examples at 30% stage. Without a doubt, there'll be follow-up questions from us,
Okay.
from the community, from everybody. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the maintenance will be included in the success in maintaining, if they say that, they couldn't maintain it, then we know that.
Okay.
I'm okay with this.
Are you okay enough to move it, Dave?
I'm okay enough to move it. I move
Second.
that.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, you want a second? I move that the Open Space Board of Trustees recommends that as part of the completion of the preliminary 30% project design, the city's South Boulder Creek flood mitigation project team provide answers to questions both staff and the board asked and compiled. And let's take that both out. Both during and after the December 1st, 2021 study session. Given the uncertain history of performance and experience constructing a groundwater conveyance system designed for this type of project and the uncertain future status of groundwater due to climatic impacts, the Open Space Board of Trustees recommends that the project team present examples of groundwater conveyance systems most similar to the South Boulder Creek proposed flood mitigation project and their success in maintaining the pre-project hydrology. The board recommends that these examples be presented at the 30% stage or earlier.
Second.
Did I beat you?
Caroline did second first. This was a Caroline second I saw. And we will go to the roll. I will start with Karen Holwick.
Yes.
Great. And then Michelle.
Nice work, everybody.
Yeah, Michelle is yes, and I too am yes. We have a unanimous recommendation. Thank you so much, everybody. I do think for myself, the Gantt chart during that study session was really the essence of thinking through the timing of all these things. I'm glad we addressed that in this. And as far as the citizen engineering objective presentations, panels that we feel we might be benefited by, let's leave that open.
Would you explain what you mean by citizen engineering? I have no idea what you're talking about.
We're talking about the idea that we have people in this community with geologic, hydrologic, and other experience. Apparently, we have people authoring books on the topic in this exact area. Raymond Bridge, by way of example. We have some experts. It appears that a majority on this board would like to hear from them. And I'm offering my support to help schedule some presentations so that when the time is right, we will avail ourselves of that knowledge.
Can I just add to that? I mean, I just want to, if we go down that path, Hal, I just want to convey to my peers here that public process matters. And as we bring folks in, I would encourage invitations to go to contrary opinions. So it's not just, so we are listening to both sides. And we're not just inviting one group of people and not another group of people.
Well, I understand, but I guess my point is, I guess the way I see my role in this is that the only people presenting have to have objective, qualified, professional information is the first requirement. And their ability to show us they have that will be the only way that they can get that amount of time.
And we can get expert witnesses and opinions on certain things, but it would be good to hear from somebody who looks at that same data and comes up with a different opinion. And we hear that person out. And
We definitely want to know that. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of this thing, is to know whether it's going to work or not. And if people don't think it's going to work, we need to know that.
right. So we have an expert earlier who said that they found flaws with the assumptions of the model. If we could listen to another independent expert who is not on the payroll, but also believes that the model's assumptions do work and why.
Yep.
I think that would be important to hear.
It's very valid. I think we expect the core team, the utilities project team, to do exceptional work for us. I know myself and some of the co-board members here simply feel we are not technically competent to even evaluate at the level required the information we will receive, and would like others to just tell us, hey, this here, yes, this makes sense. Oh no, this is done differently in other places. Simply because when I look at that hydrologic data, it doesn't have enough meaning to me.
And even within the utilities department and those designing this within their own group, there are many times I'm sure that they go back to the drawing board and come up with something, and everyone takes a look at it and says it can be done better this way or better without that. So that would happen from independent groups and within the main group that is designing this as well.
So Michelle, to address your question, without a doubt, and let's keep our eye open for anyone with expertise. I would say this is not a general open invitation we should offer. But for example, tonight, I did hear someone talk about the quality of the rock is not as homogeneous as was presented to us. If that information is true, I think it's interesting. And that's a very unique thing to have the confidence to say, to observe and bring data to. Not many people are in a position to do that. Great. As long as everybody's happy with that approach, I'm feeling pretty good about matters from the board. Does anybody else have anything for the good of the order?
Are we done with this topic, or?
I myself feel good
I have
about
a different, I have a question on a different topic. I just don't want to close this off if we're not done.
Can I make one small comment? It's possible. First off, it's possible Karen will be chairing the January meeting. I hope to be home from an important birthday adventure that I'm heading on, but it is possible due to COVID and other circumstances that I will not be. So number one, there's that. And given that, I also just wanted to mention that it's my view in the few years I've spent with you on this, that John Potter very much was right from the beginning that the most powerful tool this board has on this project is an actual completed conditional disposal. And you may recall when we got close to that, when we lifted a document that even remotely resembled that, a huge amount of the community turned out, because not everybody understands, I think, fully what the power in a conditional disposal can and cannot be. And it's a nuanced, complex topic. But I will say, if for some reason a lot of these things go further, you will rightfully be no longer interested in my thoughts and opinion if I am not here. But I do just think that that piece is the one opportunity this board has to actually do something enduring that will carry through boards. And to everybody, think about that and remember that.
Thank you, Hal. You said, it sounds like departing words. You're not gone yet. I don't.
No, but as far as it's going to be some time until we're back to this 30% presentation. So
Are you turning 20 or something, Hal? It's a big milestone for you that you're going to miss a whole board meeting.
I'm not
21,
guaranteeing a miss.
21.
I'm not guaranteeing a miss, but traveling is unpredictable right now. Great. So that's all I had to say on South Boulder Creek. Beyond that, Karen.
My question is about the annual Prairie Dog meeting. In the past, we have been very careful about how many board members are going to any given meeting. And I'm wondering if we need to count how many people are going to the Prairie Dog annual meeting.
No, it's posted publicly. We're good.
Okay.
The hope is to have as many of you present as you would like.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing nothing else from staff or board members, I think we are ready to adjourn this evening. Thank you all for all your time, and members of the public who stuck with us, especially too. Have a great night.
This is our last meeting of 2021.
Yeah.
Yes. Happy solstice.
Yeah, really.
Let's hope that 2022 is a better year.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Maybe we'll actually see each other.
See y'all.